Good morning, everyone. I'll just make sure that we have everybody here with their cameras on that needs to be. I think we are good. Nearly. I'll just give it another moment. I just can't see Member Kirsch's camera on. Looks like it may be about to go on.
Chair, I am here. I just don't seem to be getting the camera to work, but I can hear what's going on.
Okay. Well, that's good to know. Thank you. Member Kirsch, and we'll assume that you are with us. Please let me know if anything else changes for you, and hopefully we'll be able to see you on screen shortly. So welcome to day 2 of the hearing for the Victoria Murray Floodplain Restoration Project Environmental Effects Statement for the EES Central package, which relates to the proposed Belsa-Yungaraa and Hatter Lakes North Floodplain Restoration projects. I'll just ask, as per usual, if everybody could please check their microphones are off throughout the hearing unless you're wishing to speak, and also noting that the hearing is being recorded. My name is Lisa Kendall and I'm Chair of the Committee considering EES Central, and I'm joined today by my colleagues. So firstly, Member Kirsch as Deputy Chair, and also Member Bell, Member Carruthers, Dr. Brisca and Member Ham, who you can see on your screen. Just got a couple of preliminary matters to run through. Firstly, today's timetable, we'll be continuing to hear submissions from the proponent. Tomorrow we'll be starting to hear expert evidence, and parties are required to indicate to the committee their intention to cross-examine if they intend to by 4 p.m. today. So to please advise the Planning Panel's Victoria office. And I will advise all parties of what has come in at the end of the day's hearing after 4 p.m. I'll ask if the proponent could talk us through at the end of the day the approximate timing of expert evidence and for tomorrow and into next week, noting that we've got 2 experts scheduled for tomorrow that may go into a morning of next week. So we have a few documents that have been received, and I'll just advise you of these, noting that the document list has been updated yesterday. So the request for Murray Lower Darling Rivers Indigenous Nations that we discussed yesterday at the hearing has been tabled as document 123. The PPV team liaising with the group to find a suitable time in the timetable for them, and to understand if their intention is also to provide written submission and when that can be received. We've also received the expert witness presentation of Dr. Simon Treadwell, which is document 124. And I note that a correction has been made to document 115, which has been provided by the proponent and is the presentation of Beth Ashworth. So the document has been updated or changed and replaced with the correct version of the presentation. So that's document 115. So if you had an earlier version downloaded, if you could please go into the documents and retrieve the correct version. I'd also like to note the committee has received correspondence from Fiona and Phil Murdoch, which I understand has been circulated to all parties. The committee will table this as a submission, and Dr. Murdoch can talk to it in her reply evidence or her submission later in the hearing. I don't know yet whether Dr. Murdoch is intending to attend and ask questions of cross-examination of Simon Treadwell. But in anticipation of this, I just ask if the proponent, I imagine that you might like to share that with Mr. Treadwell, and he may respond to the issues raised in that submission in anticipation of that coming up later through cross-examination, or the committee may refer to it if necessary. So there's no further preliminary matters from the committee. I will ask Good morning, Mr. Townsend. I'll come to you and ask you if you have any preliminary matters from the proponent.
No, thank you.
Thank you. And if there are any other parties here who would like to introduce themselves, if they weren't in attendance yesterday or have any preliminary matters, you're welcome to raise them now, or any questions about the process. Okay, well, if that's the case, we'll move straight into submissions this morning. And Mr. Townsend, I'll hand directly to you to take us through your submissions. Thank you.
Thank you, and good morning again, Member Kendall and committee. Just for the recording, I might just start by referring the committee to our Part B submission, paragraph 7, which sets out these introductory presentations that we are presenting as part of the description of the proposal and the strategic context. Yesterday, we completed 7.1 being Mr. White's overviews and 7.4 being Mr. White's more descriptive presentation that went to the actual infrastructure on a location by location basis. And we completed Mr. Sheehan, who was 7.2, who represents the MDBA and was able to give some context to the basin plan and the rationale through that plan for these projects. That leaves us with just 2 of those descriptive presentations, and I think leaves us on track for our timing, Member Kendall. The first of them today will be Ms. Ashworth, Beth Ashworth, who's on screen and I'll be coming back to in a moment. And then we've got Mr. Callum from the Mallee CMA. So that will be, I think we'll see out the first half of day. This afternoon, you'll hear a little more from me by reference to the balance of the Part B document. And then Mr. Forrest is going to walk you through some of the day aspects of the day 1 documents. So that's our plan for the day. And all going well, we'll get through that. Before I go to Ms. Ashworth, though, I thought it would be potentially beneficial for the committee if I just make some cross references to the Part A submission this morning. I won't spend long on this, but it's really just to guide you to some of this background information. That's document 92. Document number 92 was our Part A submission. Just to indicate for you, as you will have seen when you read it, no doubt, that at page 32, we set out succinctly there under paragraph 73, the statutory controls that establish the water corporations, including the Victorian Environmental Water Holder under the Water Act 1989 and the Catchment Land Protection Act 1994, which establishes the catchment management authorities, including Mallee CMA. So that's the, if you like, the legislation under which these next presenters or their bodies is established. And we've set, the other thing I wanted to let you know, which I think's hopefully beneficial to your consideration of this, is what we've set out under the Part A submission from page 52, which is under the heading Part 1B, which describes the environmental framework, including some tables and charts that try and show how what is a very layered and complex regime is organised. But importantly for the projects, points out at paragraph 110 of the Part A submission that the VMFRP, or these projects, and EES Central are intended to be proposed and will be operated in accordance with the existing environmental water framework. Put another way, the framework itself, the environmental water framework, its legislative basis, its policy basis, and its operations are outside the scope of the assessment of the acceptability of these particular projects, but are a critical backdrop, if you like, or a regime within which the proposed works would operate. And that's obviously important because a number of the obligations of the various bodies are statutory and are, of course, not able to be reviewed or intended to be reviewed or the subject of advice. Indeed, in some cases, they're Commonwealth, not state obligations as well. So I just wanted to draw your attention that hopefully those pages from page 52 through to 63 provide a very useful backdrop, we'd hope, describing the environmental water framework. And in particular, so far as today's presenters go, we've set out for you the establishment of the Victorian environmental water holder at paragraph 119 and the obligations and the matters that the Victorian environmental water holder has to have or have regard to in approving the seasonal water plans, the annual seasonal watering plans. And that in the Part A submission is set out for you at page 55 and through page 56. Likewise, we have set out for you, I think it was back at page 32, the overarching purposes of that body under the Water Act, page 32 and 33. And it's probably worth me just drawing your attention to the top of Part A, page 33, which provides the overarching objectives, if you like, or purposes for that body, that it must ensure that Victoria's water resources and waterways are managed in a way that considers Aboriginal cultural values and uses of waterways and the social and recreational uses and values of waterways, and to provide formal means for the protection and enhancement of the environmental qualities of waterways and their in-stream uses. You'll see also we've set out at page 33 the overarching or objectives for the catchment management authorities, and they're set out for you at B on page 33. So I just wanted to let you know that you'll be getting a slide presentation, but that you have got that textual discussion and description for you of the context, hopefully of assistance to the committee when it comes to your reporting. If there are any questions about that framework or how it holds together or different roles and functions, we're of course happy to seek answers and help you through the hearing. Mike Kendall, I just wanted to introduce it that way and that now go to Ms. Ashworth. So can I invite? Thank you very much. The document 115 is the replaced document that you referred to. There was just a printing error in the first batch that looked like a computer glitch. But I invite you to have that in front of you. And I'll now go to you, Ms. Ashworth. We can see you there on screen. I'll just check you can hear us. So I'll start by asking you your full name.
Yeah, I'm Beth Ashworth. I'm co-CEO of the Victorian Environmental Water Holder, or VIEW.
Thank you very much. Now, we've described you in the submission that has been shown under Part B in exactly those terms, but could you just expand for a little bit for the committee about what that role entails and a little bit about the time in which you've held that role or previous roles associated with water management?
Yeah, so the VIEW's an independent statutory body. We've got 3 commissioners who essentially act as our board, and my job share partner and I share the CEO role in reporting directly to that board and managing our small office of staff to implement the directions of the board, strategies of the board, and ensure all our legislative objectives and obligations are met.
One of the obligations you have or roles you have is approving annual watering plans. In practical terms, for your own role, does that involve some sort of an officer assessment briefing and then ultimate approval by your committee or your board? Does it? Is that how it works?
Yeah, that's right. So just like a usual board operation, we have set meetings usually each month. And briefing papers will go up to the Commission for approval or noting, and the seasonal watering plan is one of the major decisions that they make each year. So that goes up to them with a covering briefing paper that Serena and I endorse, and they do the final approval of that plan.
Yes, all right. Well, look, some of that in practical terms might come out of the presentation you're about to take us through.
Yeah.
So can I just check, are you going to screen share your presentation for us?
Yeah, I'm hoping this technology will work.
If it doesn't, we can arrange it for you and you can ask for the slides to be turned, but let's see how you go first.
Yeah, give me a second. I've got two screens happening, so just give me a second to sort my screens out. Hopefully.
Perhaps while you're doing that, I might ask, were you on, I don't know if you're online before, but I assume you're aware of who you're in front of here. Member Kendall's chairing the hearing and most of the faces on screen are committee members.
Can you?
Yes, we can see that. We can see it, but I think not in presentation mode. I think we've got it there with you, the slides down the side.
But you're seeing the right screen. That's the main thing.
Yes, I can see that clearly too. Thank you.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, so I can't actually see any of you while I'm presenting. So if you have any questions throughout, just give me a hoy and I'll can answer them as I go through.
No,
but
my
yeah,
only comment there before you go on though, the only thing you can't make that larger. We've got the sort of reduced main slide and we've got the in the margin each slide, and I think there's a.
I've just moved it into presentation mode. There might be a little delay. Is there?
Okay. Yeah, it hasn't come through here yet, but.
Okay, let's. Is anyone else seeing it?
I can't see it in presentation mode yet, so I'm seeing it still in the smaller frame. A larger, the presentation mode would be great if we can make that work.
Let me stop sharing and I'll try it again.
It might be if you do presentation mode before you share.
Before I share, yeah. Okay, how's that?
Yes, perfect.
That's good.
Fantastic.
Miss Ashworth, we will, we may, if we have questions of clarification, we may ask them throughout, but hopefully we'll manage to hold off any questions till the end. Thank you.
Okay. No worries at all. Well, thank you very much for having me here to talk about Victoria's environmental watering program. The VMFRP sites will be integrated into this well-established program, so I'm here to provide a better understanding of how that works. I think it is important context for the committee in considering these projects. It's worth noting I'm not the expert on the projects themselves, so if my presentation does raise any project-specific questions that the committee might have, I may defer those to the project team, but I am very qualified to talk about the watering program, so let's get started with that. You should now have moved to a little overview of my presentation. Is that what you can see now?
Yes, all good, thank you.
Fantastic, thank you. So I will mostly be just giving an overview of the program, but I'll also touch on how environmental water holders work together to coordinate environmental watering, plus some of the tools that we have available to ensure that we can meet watering demands, and briefly touch on water available for the VMFRP sites. I understand that was one of the questions that the committee had, but we'll get started with the program overview to start with. As I mentioned in answer to Chris's question at the start, the View is an independent statutory body. We've been around for almost 12 years and I've been working in this role or the predecessor of this role for that entire time. We have 3 commissioners and a small office of staff, and we were legally established to hold and manage Victoria's environmental water entitlements. So these are legally protected entitlements set aside to protect waterway health. Our aim is to get the best outcomes that we can from the water available under those entitlements, and that includes deciding where to use it, whether to carry it over for use in the following year, and if need be, whether to sell some allocation or indeed buy some allocation. Once we've got that water available, we then commit it to the watering sites, and we authorise the waterway managers to deliver that water essentially. One of our key roles is working with other environmental water holders to coordinate our different entitlements and optimise outcomes from delivery of all water in the system. And of course, we publicly report on our decisions and the outcomes of environmental watering. Before, I just thought I'd take a moment to explain some sort of fundamental concepts, I suppose, so that the terminology I'm using throughout the presentation is clear to everyone. And some of you may be very familiar with these terms and some of you may not. So the first is just defining an entitlement. So this is a legal right to water. It's essentially a maximum amount of water that's available in a given year. So you can think of it as an empty bucket, if you like. And the next is allocation, which is the physical water that is allocated to those entitlements in a given year. So this is the water that goes in the bucket, and allocations can be anywhere up to 100% of your entitlement volume, depending on seasonal conditions and inflows to storages in that year. Not all entitlements are created equal. So you will have read the terms high reliability entitlements and low reliability entitlements in some of the project documentation. High reliability entitlements have water allocated to them first, so they receive more water more often than low reliability entitlements do. And to allow us to compare those different entitlement types and forecast what they mean for being able to meet environmental watering demands, we convert those entitlement volumes into a long-term average water availability of X megalitres or X gigalitres per year. And I also thought it was worth just recapping on how environmental watering came about in the first place. The Murray River and all the large rivers, Northern Victorian rivers that flow into it, are highly modified and managed systems. So large dams and weirs have been constructed over the past 100 years. This has provided really secure water supplies for towns, industries, farms, so been really important for regional economies, regional communities, but it's also had a significant impact on waterway health. So the health of our rivers, floodplains and wetlands and all the plants and animals that depend on them. And so because people really value healthy waterways, governments have invested billions of dollars in recovering water for the environment. And we and our partners manage that water to protect the sites and values of most importance. So just like humans all need water to survive, so do, for example, do floodplain trees. And if they don't get a drink when they need it, then those sites and values will continue to decline. So environmental watering sort of mimics some of the natural flows that would have occurred before these major dams and weirs were constructed and the systems were modified. We hold environmental water entitlements in 19 systems across Victoria, and the VMFRP sites are located in the northern region of Victoria. And because that system is so highly connected, those sites will be able to receive water from across the whole region, and in fact from New South Wales too. Now, the environmental watering program is truly a partnership program. Water doesn't hit the ground without the work and effort and decisions of a number of organisations. And key among that is waterway managers. So in Northern Victoria, where these sites are located, that's catchment management authorities or CMAs. And they undertake all of the local planning, the local community engagement and the reporting. They actually place the water orders and implement the environmental watering on the ground, and they oversee the monitoring of that. And they also liaise with the local land managers who agree that the public land can be inundated where public land's involved. And they liaise with the storage managers who turn the taps once the water's been ordered to actually release it and get it onto the sites. They also work with scientists, traditional owners and the local communities to ensure that all of our plans are based on the best available knowledge. And as the View, one of our primary roles is to liaise with other environmental water holders who all hold different buckets of water. And we work together to coordinate the deliveries and optimise the outcomes that we can achieve with all of those different entitlements. The program is based on a really rigorous and adaptive planning framework. So it's based on best available knowledge and community engagement, and that's all incorporated and updated as it becomes available. It moves from long-term through to annual and then in-season decision-making. So to start with, CMAs will engage their local, sorry, was there a question there? Thought I heard someone.
No, I think there was just some background noise. Yeah.
Okay, no worries. So CMAs engage their local communities on regional waterway strategies. So those are strategies which identify the priority sites and environmental values, as well as threats to those values and the activity. Environmental watering is identified as an activity to manage flow-related threats at a priority site. Environmental water management plans, or EWMPs as they're known, are developed to identify the long-term flow regimes required to protect the priority environmental values there. So the environmental water management plans factor in
Apologies, Ms Ashworth. Clearly we don't quite have the situation under control at this stage. I'm actually going to call a recess again for 10 minutes, just so that we can spend a little bit more time trying to solve the issue. So it's 10:30. I'll see everybody back here at 10:40. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Apologies for the break in proceedings again. So just we are doing what we can, and the Planning Panels Victoria team's working with the proponents team to ensure that we avoid that situation occurring again. Mr. Townsend, just before we go back in to continue with Ms. Ashworth's presentation, if we, given the format of the Zoom hearing that might make it difficult to keep on top of that if people are persistent, I just let you know that if we have issues again, we'll break for an extended period, say an hour or so, and to give the proponents some time to have a look at what functionality in the Zoom hearing might assist with managing the situation. So if you've got any other thoughts, Mr. Townsend, I'd be very happy to hear them. Sorry, I can't hear you. Oh, and you're still on mute.
Member Kendall, Rachel McHugh here. I'm just letting you know, to help with the removal of the disturbance that we've been having, we have actually enabled a security function that doesn't allow participants to unmute themselves at the moment. Hence why Chris Townsend hasn't been able to unmute himself. I can unmute him if you'd like. We're just keeping that, no, Chris doesn't need to. We're just keeping that selected to not allow people to just start talking when they would like.
Thank you very much, Ms. McHugh. That's helpful. Could I just confirm with you who will be able to unmute themselves? So I was able to, but could I just check if any other committee members or obviously Ms. Ashworth will need to be unmuted in a moment as well?
Yes. So at the moment, that functionality is only for host and co-host, which is now being yourself, me, Amy and Gabby. We can all request people to unmute or ask to unmute.
Okay, thank you. So if somebody does need to speak, say Mr. Townsend would like to speak, what's his process for unmuting?
So we would need to ask to unmute them by hovering over their profile or their photo right now. So I will try that for Beth, and I'll ask.
I just ask, how does Mr. Townsend let you know? So just by raising his hand, as Member Bell has just done.
Yes. Yeah.
Great, thank you. So I can unmute myself and I can ask, I can do that myself. Great. Yes. Thank you very much. Well, apologies again for the disturbance, and fingers crossed things travel a little more smoothly from here. And Ms. Ashworth, I can see that you're unmuted, and I will hand directly to you to continue with your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks for taking the time to try and resolve that. Okay, getting back into the presentation. So environmental water management plans factor in multi-year watering objectives. So that takes account of wetting and drying cycles. So the demand for any particular site in any given year will vary. These plans are based on scientific flow studies and other best available knowledge, and new knowledge is incorporated as it becomes available in the usual adaptive management style. Then each year, CMAs engage their local communities again and use the information in environmental water management plans to develop seasonal watering proposals for priority sites. So those proposals set out the desired watering for that site in the coming year under a range of seasonal conditions from drought through to wet. And then the VIEW collates those proposals into a single statewide plan. And as seasonal conditions emerge and water availability is known, the VIEW Commission issues seasonal watering statements that communicate how much water is available for each site that year. And then CMAs manage the delivery of that water, as I said before. To go into a little bit more detail about the seasonal watering plan, it's an annual plan that sets out where environmental watering may occur right across the state for that year. It identifies the priority sites, the associated environmental objectives, and the watering actions that may be delivered under a range of scenarios. Under drought conditions, the objectives are usually around avoiding critical loss by maintaining water quality and protecting key refuges. But in wetter conditions, when natural flows are more favourable and more water is available, water may be used to increase river flows or wetland inundation to boost ecological outcomes. That could include providing connectivity or enhancing fish and waterbird breeding and recruitment. And that helps to build the resilience of those sites for future dry periods as well. This annual scenario planning is based on the long-term regimes identified in environmental water management plans and any thresholds identified in those. So for example, a site may need watering 1 in 5 years, and if it's nearing that threshold, it becomes more of a priority. Some of the VMFRP sites include wetlands or are adjacent to wetlands that are already included in the seasonal watering plan. And with the construction of the VMFRP works, this would allow additional sites to be included in the seasonal watering plan so that we can use environmental water to protect an additional 14,000 hectares of floodplain wetlands. In terms of how we prioritise environmental water, that's guided by criteria set out in ministerial rules. And the extent and significance of the environmental benefit is a key one. Sites of international significance, such as Ramsar sites, are prioritised. Then sites of national significance, such as those with species recognised under the EPBC. Then sites of state significance, such as those with species or habitats protected under the Flora and Fauna Guarantee Act. And then, of course, sites of regional or local significance. So the existing Living Murray or TLM sites, as they're known, are prioritised highly because they have international, national and state significance, and the VMFRP sites would be prioritised similarly highly on that basis. Just to quickly go through the other criteria, they're around likelihood of success. So this is where that sound scientific basis and best available knowledge comes in to give surety to the outcome. The longer term benefits, so knowing that we'll be able to continue to protect the site into the future, and the VMFRP works will provide that ability for these new sites. The urgency of watering needs, and this is where the thresholds identified in environmental water management plans come in. Sites nearer to their watering thresholds become a higher priority. Feasibility of the action, so this is about things like the amount of water required and the infrastructure being available to deliver the water to the sites. So again, the VMFRP works will provide that feasibility for these sites, especially in years where it's just not possible to deliver overbank flows. The ability to manage third-party or environmental risks, so that's things like the risk of flooding private land or environmental risks like black water, etc. And risk assessments are really built into every phase of the planning process, from the long term through to the annual and the in-season, and clear responsibilities for any mitigating actions are clearly identified. The cost effectiveness or affordability of the action is also considered. So this is in terms of the costs for using pumps or any delivery infrastructure required, irrigation channels, etc. And the efficiency of water use is the last primary criteria. So how much water is required to achieve the outcome. And again, the VMFRP works will allow us to water these sites using a whole lot less water than would be required with overbank flows, which means they improve the efficiency of watering, especially in a drying climate. So they're the primary criteria that guide our decision making. But as Chris mentioned in his introduction, we also do have a statutory obligation to consider traditional owner values and aspirations, as well as broader social, recreational and economic benefits. So the seasonal watering plan identifies those actions that have been planned and or delivered with traditional owners, and those that will have direct benefit for recreational activities. On now to how we coordinate environmental watering, particularly in the Southern Connected Basin. We work really closely with all the other water holders to ensure delivery of all of those different buckets or entitlements of water is aligned and effective. So we work really closely with the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder, the Murray-Darling Basin Authority and the water holders in South Australia and New South Wales. And we collectively plan for what will happen along the River Murray and all the major rivers that flow into it. And in most actions, a big watering action like for the Living Murray sites or in the future for the VMFRP sites would use water committed by more than one water holder. So this coordination is really important. And it formally happens through the Southern Connected Basin Environmental Watering Committee, or SCUBEC. And one of SCUBEC's operating principles is to focus on pooling the available water to deliver shared environmental outcomes in a one river approach across all jurisdictions. SCUBEC has formal decision-making authority over use of the Living Murray entitlements, but then each individual water holder retains decision-making authority over their own entitlements, and the committee is the forum to coordinate the use of that. So as I said, the committee works through what's being planned in each state. We aim to align the planning as much as possible, optimise the outcomes that can be achieved overall, and if necessary, provide advice about trade-offs. And the committee uses very similar scenario planning to that used in the seasonal watering plan, and very similar prioritisation criteria as those set for the view in the ministerial rules. As I said, SCUBEC would be a key forum where VMFRP sites would be prioritised, and except in extremely dry years, SCUBEC's been able to meet all major demands and not had to deprioritise any sites. This is just an example of where we've aligned and coordinated.
Ms. Ashworth, apologies. I just I had a question of clarification on the last slide, and my took me a moment to unmute myself. Could I ask you just to go back? So with the second dot point there with SCUBEC deciding on the use of the Living Murray water, and then there's the dot point under that with each of the bodies deciding on their own, on use of their own water. Could you just please explain that in a little bit more detail?
Yeah, so the Living Murray, it was known as the first step, created or recovered water to the equivalent of 500 gigalitres that can be used at the Living Murray icon sites, and I'll talk about those. You may have already heard in past presentations about those, but I'll talk about them briefly again in a moment. So because it was a interstate and joint initiative, all of the jurisdictions have decision-making authority over that bucket of water, but then the View also holds separate entitlements to the Living Murray entitlements. The Chew holds a lot of entitlement that's quite separate to the Living Murray entitlement, and so the View retains decision-making authority over its own entitlements. The Chew retains decision-making authority over their entitlements, but the forum provides a really important coordination mechanism to make sure that we're aligning the delivery of all of those buckets to get optimum outcomes throughout the system as a whole. Is that
Thank you, that's clear. Yes.
Yep, okay, fantastic. So yeah, an example where SCUBEC has coordinated and aligned deliveries to optimise outcomes is with the delivery of Southern Spring flows in 2019-20 and the following year. And this map's just a visual representation of that. Essentially, environmental water releases from Hume Dam were combined with pulses down each of the major rivers running into the Murray to achieve a target flow rate in the Murray, obviously benefits down the tributaries as well, but a target flow rate in the Murray, and also allow watering of key floodplain wetland sites along the way. So over 300 gigalitres of environmental water was used, and that provided benefit along 5,000 kilometres of rivers and creeks, and targeted watering of 6 wetlands of international and national significance along the way. And each of those was a living Murray site. So the living Murray icon sites are a really clear example of where infrastructure works combined with coordinated watering have achieved really significant outcomes for high value floodplain wetland sites. And this map shows the location of the 6 living Murray icon sites. And the VMFRP sites will complement these existing sites and increase the area of floodplain wetland that can be protected with environmental watering on a regular basis. This report card summarises at the very highest level the long-term monitoring results at the living Murray icon sites over the past 14 years. So you've got all of the icon sites listed across the top row, and then the most recent monitoring results at the top and the earliest monitoring results at the bottom. And each year the sites are given an overall grade which summarises its condition. So an A grade represents excellent condition, where more than 75% of ecological objectives have been met, through to a D grade, which indicates the site needs attention, less than 25% of ecological objectives have been met. And the assessments are based on 8 to 17 ecological objectives at each site, including for birds, fish, vegetation, and 80 to 100 monitoring reports are done each year to inform this overall score. And that's been happening for 14 years. So just to look at these results a little bit, you'll see that for each site there is variability in condition across the years, and that often corresponds to seasonal conditions in that year. And those seasonal conditions are indicated by the sun and rain icons on the left-hand side. But you'll also see that where environmental watering has occurred, there's an increasing trend in condition over time. So if we look at Hatter Lakes as an example, to begin with, the site had a D grade, some slight improvements in wet conditions, but then it has a consistent A or B grade where environmental watering has started using the infrastructure works, similar to those proposed under VMFRP. In contrast, Kundruk Perakuta has largely not been able to be watered due to some unresolved issues with private landholders. And you can see that there's been little to no improvement in condition over time, and what actually may be possibly continued decline. So now on to some of the tools that we have to make sure that we can effectively meet environmental watering demands, including for some of these large sites. This table shows the environmental water delivered to the Victorian living Murray site since 2011, when the view was established. And as you'd expect, the demands vary from year to year, depending on the specific objectives and the seasonal conditions that are happening in that year. Sometimes quite small demands, like 6 gigalitres to Hatter in 2015-16, sometimes quite large demands, like over 400 gigalitres to Barmah Forest in that same year, and again in 2017-18. We've been able to meet the demands of each of these living Murray icon sites over time. We have a range of tools available to be able to do that, even in years when allocations are less than 100%. And the key tools are listed there: carryover, reuse of return flows, consumptive water en route, and water allocation trading. So I'll just talk briefly about each of those tools now. Carryover is a really key one. It allows entitlement holders to keep their water in their share of storage from one water year into the next. Previously, that water would have been forfeited. And this allows entitlement holders flexibility to manage their own risks and smooth out some of the variability in water availability from year to year. So for environmental water holders, we look at what expected demands are for the coming year and make sure we carry over enough water to meet really critical demands, particularly early season demands when allocations might still be low. It's a really important tool in all years, but it is particularly critical in drought and dry conditions. And in fact, it was a policy that was introduced during the Millennium Drought. The next is around reuse of return flows, and in highly connected systems like Northern Victoria, this is a really important tool that provides significant environmental benefit in a really water efficient way. So essentially this policy tool allows water to be reused at multiple locations in the system as it travels along, allowing us to achieve multiple environmental targets with far less water. And I've got a schematic that demonstrates return flows in action. So we've got a map of Victoria with the major rivers and floodplain sites indicated in the north. And here's the environmental water use at each of these sites. But you can see that significant amounts of return flows are credited. So for example, over 300 gigalitres in the Goulburn River, which can then be used in downstream sites like Gumbower Creek, Hatter Lakes and into South Australia. The same thing in the Campaspe River, with return flows being used in Gumbower Creek, Mulcra Island and into South Australia. And the same thing for the Lower Broken Creek. And even sites which have used return flows from upstream, like Hatter Lakes, are then recredited with return flows that can be used further downstream. The next one is consumptive water en route. So obviously environmental water is not the only water in the system. Storage managers deliver what's known as consumptive water for farms, towns and industry. And this water can sometimes also be used to meet environmental demands, either by better timing its delivery or delivering it through a different pathway. And if any of those changes result in additional losses through evaporation or seepage, then environmental water is used to account for those losses. So the VIEW and CMAs work really closely with storage managers to look for these types of opportunities to meet environmental watering demands. And the last tool is water allocation trading, which hasn't been used to meet any major environmental watering demands in Northern Victoria to date, and it's not expected to be needed to be used to meet the VMFRP demands, but it is there as a backup if required. So water trading essentially allows us to buy and sell water allocation so that, again, we can smooth out some of that variability, some of the ups and downs in demands and supply. And the VIEW's been in a position to sell some water allocation in 8 out of the past 12 years. So I'll now move on specifically to the VMFRP sites and whether we expect to be able to meet the demands at these sites, which I understand was a question of the committee. As with all of our watering sites, we know that demands will vary from year to year, depending on the specific environmental objectives for that year and seasonal conditions and what natural flows are happening. But we know that the average demand for all of the sites is about 73 gigalitres per year. And we also know that water can be delivered to those sites using water from across the Southern Connected Basin. So that includes water held by the VIEW and also by the CHU. For the VIEW, we have 732 gigalitres of entitlement in those systems, but as I explained at the start, the differing reliabilities of those entitlements make that a relatively meaningless number. The more useful number is the long-term average water availability that those entitlements provide. And for us, that's a long-term average of over 500 gigalitres per year. And for the CHU, their entitlements provide them with a long-term average of almost 1,600 gigalitres per year. So the VMFRP demand of about 70 gig per year is not a significant additional call on the collective VIEW and CHU water availability of over 2,100 gigalitres. So we are confident that we have enough water to meet the demands of these sites and improve or maintain their health in the long term, as well as the health of the existing priority sites. I did just want to make one last point before I summarise and finish up, and that's around resilience to climate change. The beauty of these works is that they will allow these sites to be watered and their needs to be met without relying on overbank flows, which by their very nature require a lot of environmental water. So the works are a really water efficient management approach. And then because of that, that makes them a really sustainable management approach, especially under a drying climate. So I believe that without these works, these sites will continue to decline. One other point, I did note that the EES report and I think the Part A submission talked about these works increasing the reliability of environmental water allocation. So I just wanted to take the opportunity to clarify that language. My bucket diagram at the start described the water industry understanding of allocations. So these works won't change the amount of water that's allocated to environmental buckets, but they will increase the ability and priority of environmental water holders to commit that allocation to these sites, and that will definitely help increase their resilience to climate change. Now, just to summarise, CMAs and environmental water holders will be the end users of the VMFRP works. The sites will be incorporated into a very well-established watering program that's been around for a long time. We have rigorous prioritisation processes, we have strong partnerships, and we use a lot of underpinning science and knowledge to continuously improve our management. The VMFRP sites will be prioritised highly due to their environmental significance, and as with all our sites, they'll be adaptively managed to optimise the outcomes there in response to seasonal conditions and in response to any new knowledge. We are confident that we will have sufficient water to protect or improve these sites as well as our existing priorities. And I think works such as these are critical in really highly managed systems like the Murray, especially with the expected impacts of climate change. And without them, these floodplains may continue to decline and may ultimately be lost. So thank you very much for your time. I hope that's provided some useful context for the panel in your deliberations, and I'm happy to take any questions that the panel might have.
I might start, but can you hear me, Ms. Ashworth? I think I've been now able to speak.
You have been successfully unmuted, Chris.
Can I just ask one, or get you to expand on something based on back to your slide 13? If you can go back to it, it's the prioritising environmental water use slide. And I just wanted you to expand on some context in practice about an aspect of that. Okay, so when it comes to prioritising, I want you to assume for our question that all floodplains get a benefit if they are watered. But on an annual basis, when you're prioritising, when you look at extent and significance of environmental benefit, can you say something about how you pick and choose on a year-by-year basis, what you mean by that when it comes to choosing which part of floodplain in any particular year might be prioritised, given that there's obviously an equal benefit in the longer term, but how do you establish in the immediate year or the short term that priority around benefit?
Yeah, so there's a lot that I could go into to answer that question, but ultimately it's guided by what can we deliver water to is the first thing. There's, only a certain number of sites that we can deliver to, so that feasibility is the first question. What can we deliver to? And then the species that are to be protected, or the habitat types that are to be protected, would be the next consideration. And that's where the international, national, state, and then regional and local significance comes into play. So Ramsar sites, internationally recognised around the world for their ability to provide habitat and protect bird populations. They rank really highly. Things with really rare or threatened species that are recognised under the Environmental Protection Biodiversity Conservation Act would also be ranked really highly. And then there's, it goes down the priority list that way. But that information, what species are there and what, and their national or international, their significance is one thing, but the actual benefit of the watering in that particular year is the next. And that's where those thresholds come into play. And okay, if the urgency of the watering need, this is getting very close to a threshold. if it doesn't receive water, there is likely to be some sort of critical loss. So the urgency of watering is really high versus, okay, yep, it's a really high value site, but it had a pretty good drink last year. It could do with another drink, but, you know, let's see how seasonal conditions unfold. It's that type of process that we go through.
So in that sense, they're all obviously linked. Those criteria are all inform each other on any particular year.
Absolutely.
But
Absolutely.
the information you rely on for that, is that in the proposal from the CMA that is submitted to you, or is that independently obtained by you?
It's sort of in all of what we call the foundation documents. So from the regional waterway strategies indicate the significance, but that's then repeated again in the environmental water management plans, which set out the long-term regime and identify those thresholds. And then the seasonal watering proposal will take all of that information and say, okay, well, that's what all of this means for this coming year. And then we look across all of the proposals, look across all of the CMA boundaries, especially in a connected system like Northern Victoria, and say, okay, well, what does that all add up to prioritise any particular site in a given year? Hopefully that answers the question.
It does for me. Thank you, Ms. Ashworth. The committee may have questions for you, but thanks, Member Kendall.
Thank you very much, Mr. Townsend. And yes, just to note that Mr. Townsend and the committee members, and I expect Mr. Forrester will also now be able to unmute themselves. So just to confirm that I won't require you to put your hand up if you need to speak. We do have a few committee questions. I know Dr. Kelly has her hand up. Dr. Kelly, this is not an opportunity for cross-examination. I will come to you after committee questions just to clarify your question and to see whether through the chair I'm happy to refer that to Ms. Ashworth, but I'll just go through committee questions first. I have a couple, and just following on from what you were just talking about, Ms. Ashworth, with the thresholds for allocation, I'm just wondering with the thresholds, the example that you provided was more was around loss or threat. So looking at whether without the watering, the species or the ecosystem would be under threat, I imagine. Is that the essence of how the thresholds work, or could you provide us with some other examples?
Yeah, the thresholds are more around what's the ideal watering regime for a particular site. So we know that different vegetation types require you know, four waterings in a 10-year period, for example, and black box needs are different from red gum needs and those types of things. So the long-term water regime is more around optimum needs and a frequency of water that vegetation type requires. The thresholds come in more when you bring that together with seasonal conditions. So an optimum regime may be very easily provided in good seasonal conditions and a run of good years, but the thresholds become really important when you have dry or drought conditions to say, okay, this is where we will actually look at or be looking at some loss if the site doesn't get a watering in the next year or two.
Okay.
So,
thank you. So the thresholds are more related to loss. You mentioned ideal watering.
The thresholds are more around loss, but the long-term watering regimes that are identified and the frequency of watering in, for example, a 10-year period are more around optimum water requirements.
Great, thank you, that's clear. And your first point in response to Mr. Townsend's question was, and that you talked to in your presentation, was about the decision around feasibility and what can we deliver water to. Could I ask you to explain that further? What's taken into consideration in deciding whether it's feasible to deliver water?
Yeah, so as I mentioned, this is a very highly modified system, and many wetlands have been, physically disconnected from the river system, or overbank flooding would be impacting on private property and the like in order to be able to inundate some of the wetlands. So in this highly modified context, often some kind of physical works are required to be able to get water. So for a really small wetland, it might just be a pump and access to an irrigation channel, for example. And in some of these sites, for example, the VMFRP or Living Murray sites, some quite larger infrastructure is required in order to be able to actually physically get the water there. So that's what I mean by feasibility of delivery.
Okay, thank you. So that's taking into consideration temporary infrastructure as well as things that are installed or in situ.
Yep,
great.
That's right.
Thank you. And I had a question about the entitlement bucket. The words, I think, on your slide, I'm just going to go to it, talk about, so it's the maximum, and my understanding is the maximum amount, as you've said there, defining an ongoing right. But if you could just please explain if how the entitlement relates to, or may not, if it doesn't achieve or isn't the full allocation isn't delivered, how the right is determined. Does that make sense? So
yeah.
If it's an entitlement that defines the maximum, at what point is it what is the right to? Because if are there situations where maybe the allocation is zero, regardless of the size of the entitlement bucket?
Yeah, and there have been instances like that, particularly during the Millennium Drought, absolutely. So if you think of that, so your right is your bucket. So the bucket sits there and is effectively your share of the reservoir, your share of the dam. But if there's no rain, no inflows that year, then there's no water to be allocated to any entitlement holder. And it was during the Millennium Drought that water resource managers across Southeast Australia really learnt some really valuable lessons, and some of those policies that I talked about before in terms of carryover and reuse of return flows, consumptive water en route, were instituted during the Millennium Drought to help us be able to manage those risks of dry and drought periods. So in the event that other policies were instituted to actually reduce the likelihood that a zero allocation year would happen. But in the event that it was, we would be able to forecast. So we've got, climate forecasts. We know what large demands are in the coming year, and we'd be able to plan ahead to carry water over in order to still meet those critical demands, even in a worst case scenario like that.
Okay, so would there be situations where across a catchment, the varying entitlements, some may be fulfilled completely, so full allocation, and others may not? So it's not a proportional distribution across a catchment.
And that's the high reliability versus low reliability language that I talked about. So yeah, in Victoria, there's those two main classes of entitlements. Yeah. And high reliability entitlements are generally assumed to get almost full allocations every year, to simplify it a lot. If I had any storage management colleagues in this group, I think they'd be questioning that, but that's a layperson understanding. You'd expect those to be fully allocated. Low reliability entitlements would not get full allocations in most years. That's at its most simple, and that's why that total entitlement volume, and there were some of those numbers referred to in the Part A submission, and not that meaningful to answer the questions that the committee has about are we able to meet these needs. It's that long-term average number that is most important there.
Okay, thank you. And I have one more question, and then there are a couple more committee questions as well. If a site requires priming before inundation, is that just from your perspective, from the water holder's perspective, just part of the allocation and it's dealt with at the management level?
That's right. That's just environmental water demand. The priming is part of the environmental water demand and taken into account, yes.
Okay.
And delivered and met in exactly the same way as any other environmental watering demand. Yep.
Okay, thank you. So I'll now hand to Member Bell, who has some questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Just two questions. With the connection between the Living Murray and Hatter Lakes North, does that mean that the same water can essentially be used twice, or is there still additional water needing to be allocated for that Hatter Lakes North project?
I will defer the specifics in answering that question to James Callum, who's presenting after me. But yeah, there will be an additional demand, whether it's part of the same delivery or not, same environmental watering event. There would be, because the larger area is being inundated, there would be a larger demand, and that's accounted for in that 73 gigalitres per year total average additional demand reference in, let me tell you what slide number it was, for all of the VMFRP sites.
Yeah, I did take note of that number.
Yeah. So the additional demand would be included in that.
Okay, and that's for all 9 sites.
For all 9 sites, that's right.
Okay. And my second question was, if taking that amount into account, the 73 gigalitres per year, if the projects didn't go ahead and the buyback of 120 gigalitres was required, would such a buyback amount mean that these project areas or all of the project areas would be watered by overbank flows, or would it still fail to reach those project areas due to the lack of infrastructure?
I would refer that question to MDBA, probably would be best placed to answer that question. But if you want my gut feel response, I'm happy to give. Yeah.
Up to you.
I'll defer that question to MDBA, but
Sure.
Significant volumes are required to deliver overbank flows, and with the constraints in the system where, you know, we can't go over bank at different points due to the risk of flooding private land, that would make it very difficult, I would say.
Thank you. Apologies for directing the questions that are all.
No need to apologise at all.
Thank you. They're all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Bell, and I'll now hand to Dr. Briscar to ask a few questions.
Thank you, Ms. Ashworth. My first and second questions relate to slide 19, which is the health of the Living Murray icon sites.
Yep.
And the first question is that with the recording of the performance of the environmental watering in terms of outcomes, I guess you've reported there in terms of, I guess, to the extent to which expected or desired outcomes are met. Do you also monitor or report on unexpected and unwanted outcomes?
Are you talking about adverse environmental?
Adverse outcomes such as carp or black water or salinity and things.
For the specifics of these sites, I'll defer that question to James Callum, who's presenting after me, I believe. But in general terms, in terms of how the framework works, I can answer it. It's the adverse environmental impacts are part of our risk management approaches. So, and that's considered in both the long-term planning when the environmental water management plans are developed, it's considered when the seasonal watering proposals are developed, and then for each of the wetland waterings or floodplain waterings, a specific delivery plan is also developed, and that looks at, okay, these are the conditions in this actual year, these are the risks that might occur, this is what we'll do to both monitor and manage those risks, and clear responsibilities are outlined across the program partners for monitoring or managing those risks. So it's definitely accounted for. I'll leave it to James to respond to whether it's actually included in the condition monitoring.
Sure. So in terms of your reporting and your monitoring and reporting, you'd actually report on to what extent those risks might be identified or come to pass.
We definitely do. And if unforeseen things happen, then we have reporting processes around that and adaptive management processes to make sure that we're learning from that and incorporating that into our future management.
And is that reported on in such a way that if we wanted to, say, review the Living Murray icon sites, and is there anything that you would hold that reports on that, or is that something that the CMA would hold in their records?
I'll leave that, James, to answer
Sure.
that one from the CMA. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Second question in relation to that is, I guess, in terms of the question of infrastructure enabled environmental watering, which is really the crux of this EES. And just wondering whether you had any observations there in terms of, I guess, the benefits or otherwise of infrastructure enabled watering on the Living Murray sites, because I noticed some of the sites have sort of gone from Bs to As without an infrastructure, which appear don't have the little toolbar, the little tool symbol on them, presumably not infrastructure enabled. I was hoping you'd clarify that.
Yeah, so sites like Barmer-Millewa, because there's a natural constriction in the River Murray Channel at the point where Barmer-Millewa occurs, it is a lot easier to get water over bank and into those forest systems than it is somewhere further downstream like Hatter Lakes, which really do rely on those works in order to be able to get water to those sites. So it's sort of weird. If we can do it without works, that's fantastic, and we will try to do that as much as possible. But there are sites where works are just required to make it feasible to protect them in the long term.
In regards to the works, I guess within this project we see at least two different types of works. One is the sort of pumping and diversion works, which get the water out from the river up over the bank or through the bank and then to the desired site, either through being passed down channels or piped. And the second type is works that impound the water on the floodplain through containment banks and spillways and regulators that hold it in place. With regard to the works in the Living Murray icon sites, in terms of the effectiveness of those types of work, do you have any observations on the distinction between those two types of works?
No, I don't have any personal observations or comments about that. I think the works are designed specifically for the site and what's required at the site to provide the desired flow and flooding regime, and that, you know, whether that's a mix of the two or not, they're specifically designed to meet the needs at the particular site. But no, I don't have any other specific observations around that.
With regard to return flows, you've sort of drawn attention to those as a way of making the use of the environmental water more efficient. Do you have any observations in terms of issues that might arise from sort of reusing the water as it moves downstream in terms of water quality impacts passing through sites such as increases in salinity or black water events and reduced dissolved oxygen?
Do I have any observations about that? I think return flows really reflect what would be happening naturally in a system. So we know that water naturally would go out onto floodplains, come back into the system, travel further downstream and go out onto. So I think it's reflecting quite a natural ecological process. And then any potential risks associated with that from both a site perspective and at a system perspective are considered as part of our risk management processes and managed where they can be. There's been, yeah, a lot of inquiries and whatnot into black water and the links with environmental watering. And those have found really that environmental watering is helping to address the impacts and the risks associated with black water, not contributing to those risks.
And just go back through here. And my final question is about climate change. And in one of your slides, you spoke about, I guess, the environmental water contributing to the transition to climate change. And I guess there's two ways to transition. One is to try and apply the environmental watering to hold things as they were at a particular point in time. such as now or pre-regulation. And the other is to actually have a managed or an orderly change to a different type of ecosystem. And I was just interested in View's position on that, whether you're, I guess the aim generally is to hold things as they are, or bring them back as they were, or move to a different condition, a different set of conditions that might be aligned with the drier climate.
Yeah, I think given the highly managed and modified nature of these systems, particularly, we're definitely not trying to return them to any kind of pre-regulation or natural or pristine condition. I think what program partners are trying to do is identify where those values are still exist and where the priorities are, engage with communities about what the priority values are and what communities are wanting to see from our environments, and then aiming to protect those priorities and those remnant values as much as we can. I think collectively program partners are working through a process of how we adapt to climate change and what that transition might look like, but I don't think that negates the approach of trying to protect the highest priority values where they still exist now.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Ashworth. No further questions from the committee. Thank you very much for taking the time to come and present to us today.
Member Kendall, I wonder if I could just ask one more of
course.
Yeah, no, that's all right. It's just coming out of that. It might, with thanks to Dr. Briscoe's question, it might be something that assists us on back to that slide 13. If I might ask you, Ms Ashworth, I just wondered the degree to which allowing land to adapt to a new climate or to have priority values retained. I just wonder how much of that is determined through those steps, for argument's sake, feasibility. There will be determinative steps, it seems to me, I wonder, through what you do that might decide whether it is feasible and practical to retain sections or former values or whether it's let go, as it were. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. I think landscapes generally and waterways generally are so highly modified that where these values are still in existence, they are really important. And exactly that feasibility is another important determining factor. We have limited ability to manage a lot of sites across the landscape, and so protecting these sort of jewels in the crown, if you like, is really important.
Thank you. Member Kendall, I think earlier you mentioned that someone else had their hand up that wanted to come through you for a question. I'm not sure if that's still...
I did notice Dr. Kelly did have, but she's taken her hand down.
Okay. Thank you.
And I'll just make note, Mr. Townsend, that I will provide parties with an opportunity to ask questions at different stages, but I will not come to any participants who are not parties to the hearing to ask a question. So I can see there is one other hand up who's not a party to the hearing, so I won't go to them. Dr. Kelly has. So Dr. Kelly, I'm going to unmute you now, hopefully successfully. Great. I think you've been unmuted, Dr. Kelly, and if you're welcome to turn your camera on if you'd like as well. And I'm happy for you to ask a question, and if appropriate, I will forward it through the proponent. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning. My question was about Miss Ashworth's information about that ecological health status of the different icon sites, and whether you could elaborate on or clarify Kundruk Parakuta, the difficulties with that icon site and the infrastructure that was built there, more so, because I think that is important for the committee to hear.
Thank you, Dr. Kelly. Can I just get you to repeat the name of the site? You just dropped out a little bit.
Oh, Kundruk Parakuta.
Great, thank you. I'm going to ask Mr. Townsend. Oh, sorry, Dr. Kelly, you still were speaking.
My question was that I wasn't sure if we were able to ask questions.
So no, just to clarify the process with the expert evidence, experts that we'll be hearing from over the next few days, it will be possible to ask questions of cross-examination. You'll need to let us know through the planning panel's office by 4 p.m. the day before each expert whether you're intending to ask questions. Ms. Ashworth is presenting as part of the proponent's submission and isn't presenting as an independent expert.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yep. So we can ask questions
of the experts. That's right. Yeah, through the formal.
Is Miss Ashworth an expert?
No, Miss Ashworth is presenting as a part of the proponent's submission, so not as an independent expert. So sometimes submitters, just for the benefit of your information, parties are welcome to bring other people to assist in presenting their submissions, and that's what's happening in this case. So we're hearing directly, but it's not. We're not opening. It's not an opportunity for cross-examination as they're not presenting as independent experts.
Can I clarify? Am I able to, like yesterday and today, am I able to ask questions, or are you saying I'm able to clarify things but not ask questions?
So you're welcome to ask me a question, and I will refer it to the proponent if appropriate. And yes, so if you have a question of clarification, I will invite parties to let me know if you have questions of clarification on these submissions.
As I've just done now, or
that's right. Yeah. So if I'm comfortable that it's an appropriate question, I'll refer it to the proponent to respond.
Yeah, and the other thing is, I'm here watching on behalf of Friends of Nova Vinifera, but there are a couple more of our members too. So who might like to get a clarification. So do you want me to let you know who they are?
So Dr. Kelly, I'd probably prefer the questions, if you're the representative, to come through you just for the sake of simplicity, if that's an option. Are you saying that they have questions of clarification at the moment of this particular presenter?
Well, I see one of them's got the hand up, so yes. Yes.
Okay, and that was the hand that was up a moment ago.
Yeah,
Might just take us a little, I can't see a hand up actually in my system.
I think they had to go, but they may have gone, but yeah, they did have a question.
So Ms. Kelly, Dr. Kelly, my preference is if, just given some of the challenges we've had this morning, if you are able to coordinate any questions on behalf of your group, but I understand that's not always possible. In that instance, could you ask the person to email through to the Planning Panel's Victoria team? They're also welcome to just email the question through. That will get forwarded to me and I'll acknowledge it and I'll refer it to the proponent if appropriate.
Yeah, we're here in Swan Hill, so you can imagine we're quite interested in this presentation by Ms. Ashworth, especially in regards to the community involvement in these processes, which for the Mid-Murray, you couldn't say has been very thorough.
Okay. Thank you. We'll get, obviously, as we discussed yesterday, you can inform us of your views when it's time for your submission. Dr. Kelly, your audio was a bit rough then. I don't know if others were finding that as well. So just to alert you to that, and perhaps when we get closer to your submission, if there's some way of making sure the audio is a bit clearer, that would be great. So just the question, Mr. Townsend, the question that was asked by Dr. Kelly of clarification, I'm interested to know, I'm not 100% sure Ms. Ashworth is the correct person to respond to that question of clarification. Is that something that you could advise me on?
In that discussion, I've forgotten the question, but if Ms. Ashworth heard it, I'm very happy if Ms. Ashworth wants to respond to it.
Okay, well, I'm happy if Ms. Ashworth would like to let us know if she's the right person.
I'm happy to provide a high-level response, but another of the project team or proponent organisations might provided.
Great, thank you, Ms Ashworth.
More
To the
thorough
extent that you can, Ms Ashworth, that would be helpful. And then if it needs to be referred to another representative, that's not a problem. Mr Townsend will do that as needed.
Yeah, so Kundruk Paracuda is in New South Wales, so it's not a Victorian site, and as such not a site that we have oversight of, but it is a site that's considered as part of SCUBEC through the Living Murray processes. But given it's not a Victorian site, I'm not an expert on it. But yeah, essentially the planning was done for works at Kundruk Paracuda, and there were issues with getting landholder consents for inundation of some land adjacent to the state park, essentially, or national park. And as a result, that meant that watering couldn't be implemented at that site. And that's really resulted in the lack of improvement in condition at that site over time. But yeah,
Thank you, Ms Ashworth.
another project team member might be able to provide a more thorough response to that.
Great, thank you. I'll leave that to Mr Townsend to see if there's any further information that the proponent would like to provide. So thank you. So thank you very much, Ms Ashworth. We don't have any further questions. Mr Townsend.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Thank you. If Ms Ashworth's excused, Member Kendall, you might want to have your morning break and we'll get Mr Callum ready. Can I just indicate, you might have heard a reference to a clarification to the Part A submission. And when it comes back to me after Mr Callum, I'll take you to that paragraph and make the change for you.
Great, thank you. I'd appreciate that. So we'll have a 15-minute break. So we'll see everybody back at 11:58. Thank you. I can see that we have everyone on the screen with their cameras on as required. So Mr Townsend, I'll hand directly to you to continue with the proponent submissions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You'll see we're up to our final explanatory presentation. You'll see Mr Callum is on screen.
Welcome, Mr Kellerman.
Mr Kellerman's slide document was document 116. And Mr Kellerman, we've described you as the General Manager of Operations and Community at Mallee CMA, but I'll ask you to introduce your full name and expand a little on your role, if you would, and your association with operations at the CMA, including through recent years and or the Living Murray project. Let's get all that done first. Okay, we need to get Mr Kellerman off mute. And it might mean...
Wonderful. I'm here. Thank you. Yes, so James Kellerman. I'm the General Manager of Operations and Community at the Mallee Catchment Management Authority. I've been in this role now for 6 years, and prior to this role, I spent a lot of...
Just a minute. I think you'll want to close the hearing for a minute, Madam Chair.
Thank you, everyone. Welcome back. I'll just check that we do have all of the committee members in the room. I'm still waiting for a couple. So just give us a moment. I'm just waiting for a couple of the committee members to join or turn their cameras on. So hopefully we'll get started in a moment. Great, thank you, Member Ham. I can see that you are with us. I'm just waiting for Member Carruthers, who has just, I can see, joined us as well, but I'll wait till his camera is on. Great, thank you. So we'll get straight into it. Thank you. So welcome back, and apologies to everybody for the interruption. I understand from the proponent that some adjustments have been made to the hearing settings, and at this stage are confident that we should be able to proceed without further interruption. I'd just like to thank the team who are working very hard behind the scenes to ensure that things run smoothly. But I note that if we do have any further disruptions or interruptions, that we will close the hearing immediately and ask the proponent who's responsible for hosting the hearing to do what it needs to ensure that we can proceed with a secure hearing link. I know this is very unusual circumstances, probably new territory for all of us. So I just wanted to make that note so that parties are aware that we will close immediately and recess until we receive written notice, and we'll advise all parties accordingly. Mr. Townsend, just given we've shifted the time slot slightly today, so I'm hoping people have been able to have an early lunch rather than a 1 p.m. lunch. So we're running, our timetable has shifted, but I'll be guided by you in how you'd like to run this afternoon session. And if I just ask if we make sure that we have adequate breaks throughout the afternoon, that would be appreciated. So on that note, I will hand directly to you, Mr. Townsend, to continue with the proponent's submissions, and welcome again to Mr. Kellerman.
Thank you. And yeah, we'd anticipated you'd want us just to proceed now. And if for any reason it goes a bit long without a break, you let us know. But otherwise, I'll keep an eye on the clock too for you. And we'll also adapt a bit of what we have to do later to try and get it back on track. But would you like, in principle, to aim for about, say, a short 15 or 20-minute break at about 2 o'clock or something like that?
Yes, that sounds great. Okay. Thank you, to 2:15. Could I please just add, I meant to say that if parties, like we had before, had any questions generally about the process or questions of clarification that arise, if you put your hand up, if you are a representative of the party, I will come to you after the presentation or at an appropriate time. At this stage, I'm not intending to come to anybody whose name are not, if you're not a party to the hearing, for any questions. So just wanted to clarify that as well. So if representatives of organisations have one representative who I'm familiar with, could you please pass your questions on to them? Thank you.
Thank you. So, Mr. Kellerman, I think when we were interrupted, you were actually explaining your own role. So let's start there, and then we'll go to the screen share and the slides, if that's okay.
Of course. So yeah, James Kellerman. I'm the General Manager of Operations at the Mallee Catchment Management Authority. Prior to my time here, I worked with the Northern Victorian Irrigation Renewal Project, which became Connections, in the establishment of environmental entitlement that we now use in these projects and other environmental watering across the state. Yeah, I've got a little bit of an intro into our organisation and its objectives in my slide pack, so I'm happy to talk through that there.
That's fine. I think also where the experience comes in with previous watering programs you've been involved with, that'll come through the slides as well. So can we test your screen sharing function and put the slides up and make sure they're in presentation mode?
Hopefully that's visible for you now.
Yeah, that's ideal. All right, I'm going on mute, Mr. Kellerman, so there's no background noise, and hand over to you.
No worries. Member Kendall and committee members, I'm more than happy to take questions as we move through, so that no assumed knowledge as we move through. So feel free to dive in and question, make sure you've got everything as we go. Now I'll move to my next slide. So I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the country in which we work, pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging, and recognise the primacy of traditional owners' obligations, rights and responsibilities to use and care for their traditional lands and waters. In particular, today I'm meeting on the lands of the First Peoples of the Millewa Mallee Aboriginal Corporation, comprising of Ninte and Latchi Latchi. I'm going to take you through three broad themes. My presentation today hopefully will tie a bit of a bow in what you've seen so far. So you've heard from the project director about the particular infrastructure that will be built. You've heard from the Victorian environmental water holder on the water frameworks. What I'm hoping to do is provide some context and breathe some life into the organisations that are CMAs and show you how we operate with community in the landscape to generate benefits. So it's very much a contextual tour. I'm going to use imagery where I can instead of graphs and text. And it's sort of in lieu, I suppose, as well of a bit of a field trip. So hopefully this will breathe a bit of life into all of the diagrams and text that you've no doubt been reading over for the past few months. So first off, I'll cover off on our organisation. Then I'll talk about the impacts of river regulation to the floodplains in the Mallee in particular. And then finally, bring all that together in the waterway management approach and how we have to be adaptive in this context. So the CMA's mission is to ensure natural resources in the region are managed in an integrated and ecologically sustainable way and in accordance with our community's expectations. And our vision from our most recent regional catchment strategy is healthy and resilient landscapes being cared for by connected communities. And that image on the right sort of breathes life to those statements. You can see highly productive irrigated horticulture adjacent to the Murray River, and then surrounded by high-value floodplain landscapes. And that's very much akin to the Mallee region. We've got all types of landscapes in plethora and hopefully in really good condition. That's where we're moving towards. We've got the largest catchment area in the state, just under 40,000 hectares, which is a fifth of Victoria. And in that, we've got 7 local government areas, 2.4 million hectares of agricultural land, but 43% of our catchment remains public land in 4 national parks and some extensive state forests, which are subject to the VMFRP projects. There's also 500 smaller reserves across the catchment. It's not listed here, but we've got 900 wetlands. I heard questions around, climate change and the resilience of landscapes going forward and should we let them transition? I can assure the committee that many landscapes will have no choice but to transition not only to climate change, but river regulation. All of the landscapes can't be protected in the way that these special sites will be. And most importantly, there's at least 12 Aboriginal groups that have made themselves known to us to have registered Aboriginal party status through the Victorian Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Act. But there are 10 groups who are outside the Aboriginal Heritage Act status. Many represented throughout the central projects that we're looking at here. Some are seeking formal recognition, some do not seek formal recognition, but do identify as the rightful traditional owner of the landscape. So all are engaged. Now, that's the background just on the CMA. It was very high level and I'm happy to delve into that in more depth if required, but moving on to understanding the impacts of river regulation and water extraction, particularly on Mallee floodplains. And this is the only graph I'll use to describe this, but I think it's really quite useful. It's actually a graph from South Australia, and it shows the record of water depth at Lock 1 in South Australia. And the top left is the year 1886, and every vertical line along this graph represents the passing of another year. And so 1886 on the top left, and you can go chronologically down the slide to the bottom right, and it finishes in the year 1973. And what it shows you, if you look at the top line, 1886 through to 1907, is there's a sort of a semi-predictable heartbeat. And this is where you might hear the term the heartbeat of the Murray River. It's one we use quite frequently. When you have winter rains and snow melt, that turns into flows in the upper river, and they all converge down in South Australia at the bottom of the basin. And so we use South Australia in this graph because it's representative of what's occurring all the way up the reaches of the river. And so you can see you have wetting and drying phases annually. Take particular note of how long or how the duration of those large flow events. In some cases, it could be 6 months there, or quite regularly 6 months, and it's getting right up near the top of 30 metres. The first major influence that you see of European regulation occurs in 1922 on the second line, 3/4 of the way to the right. And that's when Lock 1 was installed. And Lock 1, for those who don't know, locks are associated with weirs, and they're just essentially a damming of the river. and a lock allows boat passage through that location. And when the water, they were dammed to allow river boats to transition easily through year round. So you'd hold a minimum amount of water at any one point in time so that boats can passage through there. And so immediately you lose the drying phase. So you can see this is called a hydrograph. You can see from 1922 onwards, there's no drying occurring in that location. And there are a lot of locks and weirs throughout the Murray system. And so that grossly impacts on the drying of lower level floodplains. The rivers artificially in flood all the time. The next major impact you see is the construction of Hume Dam, which is the next line down in 1936. And what that does, the flood peaks are reduced. So if you look back at the top line, you can see they're getting up near 30 metres. After Hume Dam's installed, I can only see one which is getting very close, and that's in the very bottom line. So the height of the floods is greatly reduced. And Nick Sheehan mentioned yesterday from the MDBA that a dry dam is extremely effective at capturing rainfall events and not letting it turn into that heartbeat of the Murray. And so the heartbeat is very impacted after Hume Dam's installed. And then you can see in the years 1952 through to 1973, those floods are becoming less frequent. So you're moving from flooding that occurs annually, or large river flows that occur annually, through to decadal floods. And so that's having a gross impact on floodplain ecosystems that have evolved over millennia to require that heartbeat at the top, and they simply can't adapt quickly enough. And that's one of the questions around climate change. This isn't a climate change hydrograph. This is, which is a much slower process. This is definitely river regulation, and species cannot adapt to such a significant change in a matter of 100 years. And so they decline in health, and that's what we're observing in our monitoring. This is another view which is a bit helpful on the systems approach and what's happened. So the left image is a representation of the basin prior to colonisation and river regulation, where the brown marks represent timber snags, which were removed again to help riverboats move. The light blue adjacent to the dark blue represents the floodplain that gets inundated very frequently or annually from that heartbeat we described. The green represents points of constriction or lower land adjacent to the river that experience regular inundation and created wetland habitats. And the other point to note there is the average annual flow of it's saying 12,000 gigalitres. Now, if we look across at the current circumstance that we're dealing with, it's a very different system. Firstly, the major green wetland sites have reduced in size, and we see a hell of a lot of yellow. And the yellow are the expansion of our irrigation districts. So that's representative of water extraction from the river system to productive agriculture. You'll note that the brown snags have been removed, and you've got lots of black lines. It almost looks like a train line in certain spots. The train line is representative of all the weirs that have gone in to allow riverboat passage. And so there you've got the river in constant minor flood, and it's not getting that drying cycle, which is, I'll talk about more in the future, but the drying cycle is as important as the wetting cycle when it comes to floodplain ecosystems. The other major difference is at the head of the system, so on the far right, you'll notice lots of half blue circles, and they represent the storages that have been installed. So the dams, which capture winter rainfall and are able to deliver water reliably across the year to support agriculture and domestic needs. The net annual flow down to 3,000. And so the key point to take from this slide is there's been a big contraction of floodplain inundation, and you'll notice wherever the train line is on the right-hand side, there's essentially no floodplain inundation. So the flows are so consistent, even in Mildura here, between 0 and 30,000 megalitres a day passing the town, there is literally no difference to the water height. It's a completely managed system. And there is this consistent in-channel flow year-round. That's the other key point. So the heartbeat of the Murray has been lost. Some images tell the story much better than I ever can with a epoxy graph, and these are some photos from just around the turn of the century, and it's a cease to flow event, which were quite common. You saw in the heartbeat of the Murray, there's the low points, and this is what the low point looks like. It exposes the banks, it enables different vegetation to grow. And whilst these are of the main river channel, it's allowing the wetlands and the creek systems on the floodplain to dry down and grow herblands. But here's some early imagery. The Murray never was a permanent water body like we know it to be today. And there's the opposite as well too. So I couldn't get too many really old photos of floods. I think the earliest one here is 1917, and the two on the left are 1956. But you can see historic videos of the construction of things like the Snowy Scheme, and it's taming Mother Nature, and it's taking control of flooding risk and providing reliable year-round water supply. And this is what they were combating, the early settlers, and probably not contemplating the ecosystems which depend on these particular events for their life cycles. And this was their handiwork. And I think these images, we all know they exist and probably have visited them in our lifetime, but to visualize the size of the structures now and to think that they might not have an extremely tangible impact on downstream floodplains is foreign when you look at the imagery, but it absolutely does, as you would expect when you look at these images. Dartmouth on the left, which is our drought storage, Hume on the right, which is the portion where all the entitlements sit that Ms Ashworth was talking about and that allocations go against every year, and Goulburn Murray Water on behalf of MDBA will operate that structure to release entitlement to support irrigators downstream, or environmental water demands will request water out of the dam as well too. And then the bottom image is a lock and weir down in our part of the world. It's probably on Lindsay Island, I suspect, which is just holding the water up so that you can have riverboat passage through that location. So they're the scale of the interventions that are existing that have caused the issues to our floodplains that we're trying to address. And these are the on-ground impacts. So you can get somewhere between 5 and about 15 kilometres away from the river in the Mallee district. That's how big our floodplains are. They range between, say, 5 kilometres wide, and they get out to 35 k's, of which 15 would be on the Victorian side, let's say. So very large floodplains, and that's because we're downstream of all of the major tributaries. And so the flow rates that are required in our part of the world to inundate these floodplains are vast. And in relation to one of the members' questions about, would recovery of, 120 gigalitres resolve over bank flows in this area? Well, the Lake Craman in Hattah-Kulkyne National Park needs 150 gigalitres a day passing in the Murray River to start filling. So the volumes that would need to be recovered and the social impacts of trying to deliver those, I couldn't see being feasible at this point in time. And these are the impacts. These are black box trees that are in Hattah-Kulkyne National Park. There's a Scouts group doing some planting of some new black box there, and they'll be watering those to try and establish them on the right-hand side. But one point to note is they're a single age class of tree. They're completely denuded of foliage. The trees that are on the left are red gum, which have struck up after a watering event. But when you look for a healthy tree landscape, you're looking for a diversity of age classes. You've got a single age class of tree there. You get a long drought, and you've lost that species from that location. Lignum, a really important floodplain shrub. You can see it there on the left. That's an unhealthy stand of lignum, and on the right-hand side, that's what it should look like when it's in good health. I will come back to lignum and talk a bit more about how some of our monitoring's improved our understanding of lignum, but that's a typical landscape at the moment. And then there's lower vegetation or floodplain vegetation and herblands that grow when wetlands dry out. That's just an assortment, and you can see that they'll need to cycle their seed banks, and if they don't have a fresh seed bank for a very long period of time, then the likelihood that biodiversity will remain after a long dry is reduced more and more over time, to the point where that part of the ecosystem collapses. And then there's the obvious fauna. So colonial nesting birds, regent parrots, cockatoos, they all need certain habitat. And in particular, I'll just pinpoint the top left image there with a nesting bird. The habitat they require is a tree that is inundated for a minimum duration so that they can be free from predation. And so, not only do we need water at the right times and to last long enough to support a breeding event. And then, of course, there's the less directly water-dependent species. And I wanted to finish on flora and fauna impacts on a bit of a high. This is a recent watering event we undertook at Lake Craman. The red you can see is redwater milfoil, which is an aquatic species, which the swans use to build, I term them houseboats. So you can see a swan in the foreground there on its houseboat. They tether those to the bottom of the water body, and that's where they have their nests. Again, safe from predators. The water needs to stay long enough to keep that houseboat floating so that they don't get accessed by predators. And we fledged, I've forgotten the number now, but it was a hell of a lot of swans and quite a spectacle to see. It was fantastic. And Lake Craman was a site that was long dry, so it hadn't received water for a very long time when the Living Murray site was first commissioned, and it had saltbush growing in the bed of the lake. The aquatic vegetation wasn't present, but we're now 15 years on, and we've got a thriving ecosystem back again. The seed banks were still just viable enough, and over a period of support and rehabilitation, those seed banks can come back to being really quite viable, so you get a good response with water like you see here. Now, these are two other points that are really important to share. Cultural values impacts. So values in this case refers to landscapes, foods, fibres and materials that are intrinsically intertwined to the practicing of culture. When they're absent or in poor condition, or that has a direct impact on the capacity to practice culture. And so these images here that I'm showing you were taken from an exercise we had with traditional owners, cataloguing plants of cultural significance. What are the threats to them, and what are the values, and what are some of the actions we might be able to take to increase their abundance. Certainly when you go to landscapes that have been long dry, the impact to cultural values is significant. And then there's cultural sites, which is quite different and managed under the Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Act in Victoria. On the left, you've got an old canoe tree, which has sadly perished from altered hydrology. And on the right-hand side, you can see this young boy's found a spearhead in the landscape, and they're also sitting amongst a shell midden. And what I want to draw your attention to is the health of the surrounding landscape, very struggling. So there's lignaments from saltbush beds looking really poor. And what we see in our landscape is when you've got a loss of vegetation, which does happen, you know, we are in a semi-arid desert here, rainfall doesn't suffice. You need overland flooding on our floodplain to support vegetation. You get wind-based erosion. And then when you do have a natural flood that comes through and does ultimately wet these sites, the site is not in a resilient state to deal with that flood, and you get water-based erosion. And so healthy landscapes in our area look like ones that have the right water regime to keep the vegetation alive and binding those soils together so it can be resilient. So cultural sites are another impact of river regulation. There's a lot of assumed knowledge when we talk about floodplains. So I thought I might take a slide here just to talk about what I mean by floodplains. So they comprise lakes, wetlands, creeks, grasslands, forests, and Mr. White's presentation yesterday showed you a little bit of LiDAR imagery, and he spoke about the Murray Trench, and that's the area that the Murray River has formed in and moved around for millennia. It moves across the floodplain. There's always erosive forces going on, and the river moves over generations. I would say as well, Australia's interior was often referred to in historical documentation as the land of flood and famine. The wetting and drying cycles were naturally occurring and both equally important. The maximum interval between them, Miss Ashworth was saying, is really critical, and that's exactly right. And much of our work in the CMA has actually been excluding water from areas that are permanently inundated so that they get the drying cycle. I mentioned earlier, healthy floodplain flora and fauna can be defined for us as resilient, and that is able to survive that next famine phase. It's important for all flora and fauna to be thriving. It's impossible for all flora and fauna to be thriving at exactly the one point in time, because often any one species requirements are quite at odds with the species that it co-inhabits that landscape with. And this image tries to articulate that story, because I can talk to the cows come home about it, but an image will help, I think, deal with this. So if you look at the left-hand side of this image, it's a wetland drying, and it's an aerial shot that we've taken from a drone. On the left there, you see the redwater milfoil that I was showing you the houseboats for the swans were on. And so that's creating habitat for swans. Then you see the green band, and the green band is reminiscent of floodplain herblands that are growing, which are critical for herbivores. And even regent parrots are known to be consuming floodplain herblands. And then out to the right-hand side, you'll see the black box trees, which are looking in quite poor condition there, and you can just make them out. But black box trees, as we know, could be providing habitat for nesting birds. Now, at any one point in time, and this image probably tells me off, doesn't quite accurately predict it because it's in the transition phase, but typically you can't be supporting swans whilst you're supporting herblands growing, because they're at odds with the presence or absence of water. And so that's where building resilience of each one of the species and going through that heartbeat cycle so that everything gets a chance and the seed banks are fresh and that has resilience to deal with the next famine phase is really quite important. So that's what we're managing in natural ecosystems that is quite different and quite complex in comparison to agriculture, which has a monoculture and you're creating a habitat for one species. For us, our monitoring is critical in understanding the health and the resilience of all species present, and that will dictate the priorities for any one year. And sites like Lake Cramen that I showed you with the swans, it took us a very long time to get to water the black box around the fringing sides, because we knew we needed to get the lower level floodplain seed banks refreshed and healthy before they were underwater for a very long time to water the black box, which are higher in the floodplain terraces. So that's just a little bit about floodplains. It's often shown with this imagery here, which, you know, I think some of our trees look a little bit subtropical and Asian there. And so I thought an image of what it actually looks like was probably more helpful for you, which was that one before. But again, it's talking about the different parts of the floodplain and the different habitats which exist. So your main watercourses are, which is on the left of the screen there, inundated most years and with river flows of 10,000 megalitres per day, which is very common. Then there's semi-permanent wetlands which get wet in most years, and they'll have river red gums, for example, and lignum forests, which is moving into the right there, around the 40,000 megs per day. And then you get out into black box woodland. So you're moving higher in the landscape. It's less frequent that it gets water, but there's more water required to get it wet. And that out on the far right, 170,000 megalitres per day, there's lakes that are a long way inland and will often be connected by a creek system with restrictions. So you need, you know, very high flows for a long period of time to fill those lakes in the interior. So that's a bit of background to when you look at images like this. I thought it was important to give you a bit of an aerial shot of, this is the Belsa project. And it shows you the different inundation footprints, but I'd like to show you a satellite image of that exact same landscape. Now, it's not the LiDAR that Josh showed, but the colours of the soils tell a very similar story. So over thousands of years, the iron oxides have been leached out of the soil, and it leaves it sort of a grey and whitish zone from floods. So you can see what we call the river trench traversing through that landscape based on the colours of the soil. So we know where water has historically gone, and that defines very clearly for us the Murray Trench. You'll also see ghost-like shadows that show past river courses from thousands of years ago. And these ghosts of rivers past still play a really important role in floodplain ecosystems today, because they hold water for longer periods of time and they create depth variation across the floodplain, which in turn creates different habitat for individual species that have adapted to require it. So for example, you might have really shallow wading habitat versus really deep diving habitat for, say, birds that eat fish and dive for fish. And so I'll give you a couple of examples if you can see my cursor. You can see an old river course running through here. More recent river courses look like billabong, so you can see a billabong there. But they're all through the landscape, and they connect in different levels of the Murray River, and they'll have ecosystems which depend on the frequency, or the intervals will change. So the further you get away, or the less frequent it gets watered, the different ecosystem will exist. So I'll move on to the next shot, which shows you all those rivers connected now. So this photo was taken on the 8th of January. And so you can see some of those old river courses really clearly now as the floodwaters are receding. Why I'm sharing, you know, where was the river and how often did it get wet, is often these landscapes are in poor condition at this point in time. There's remnants of it, but for aquatic species like, say, the redwater milfoil, or where there might have been swamps previously, they're possibly not there right now. And so stories from traditional owners handed down generation to generation about how the landscapes were used will give you a clue, as will the soil types and some of the fantastic modelling which is available to us from groups like the Murray-Darling Basin Authority, which predict you know, the natural modelled landscape. But equally too, there's historic records from the 1850s, which I'll share with you now. So this is a survey that was completed in 1851 in Belsa, and you might cringe at the spelling of some of the creek names in a minute, but that's as they were recorded on the map. And so just to show you, this is an 1851 survey map, which is incredible that it still survives with such clarity in the Victorian government records. But we're on the bottom left-hand side of the inundation footprint on the Boniarkle Creek. And you can see here it indicates in 1851 that ground was flooded and covered with, they call it polygonum, which one can only presume is lignum. And so it indicated that was that flooded ground back then. And then on the bottom right-hand side, same here, large lignum swamp, lignum swamp and box flats. And then as you move closer to the sandhills, you'll see it changes into box forest. And we know that box trees receive water less frequently, and that makes sense. They're higher in the landscape. And as you get down closer to the watercourses, it changes into lignum swamps. So that gives us an indication of how the river was performing in the 1850s. So that's my background on river regulation and some of the impacts that it's had. You've already received plenty from the others. I just thought a few images might add a bit of life to that for you. I'll now talk to you about the waterway management approach, which is an adaptive management approach to deal with all of the diversity and complexity that we've spoken about. So I'll take you through 4 key points to try and encapsulate this process, which I could probably spend the whole hearing time talking about how we manage environmental water. And I've got a team of amazing people that we depend upon. So botanists, ecologists, traditional owners, citizen scientists, amazing consultants who dedicate their lives to understanding individual species. And then you've got to try and combine that all together and manage this highly complex ecosystem. So I'll push through these fairly efficiently, but hopefully it's enough to give you a flavour of, okay, there's this new EDS that they're proposing. How is that going to fit in with the organisation accountable for delivering that? So hopefully you'll get a flavour of the processes. First off, we'll talk through the proposal to water a particular site. Then we'll talk about how resources are allocated. Largely that was covered by Miss Ashworth. Then we'll cover off on the physical delivery part that Ms Ashworth indicated was with the CMA. So that's the procurement of pumping and infrastructure that might be required, temporary, the compliance and delivery. And I'll talk through if it's also a permanent piece of infrastructure, and then the monitoring, evaluation, reporting. So on the left, we've got strategic guiding documents, which Ms Ashworth talked you through. So there's a waterway strategy, then there's site-based environmental water management plans, which talk about those intervals and the values that are present. And it'll also talk to the infrastructure and how it might be operated for a particular site. And then there's that annual seasonal watering proposal, which is the desired outcomes for a particular site in any one year. On the right-hand side, though, is really the annual work that goes into informing that annual seasonal watering proposal. And I'll talk to some of the detail that goes into that through that pie chart on the right, which is the site conditions, the environmental and cultural, the water availability scenario. So that's what's the climate doing, what water is in storage is available to us. And then the bottom half of that pie chart are the traditional owner values for a particular site that we might be striving to deliver upon, and then the community values as well too. So I'll go through that pie chart bit by bit now. When we look at site conditions, you want to look at what's the history of watering at that site, because we know that there might be a target, an optimal requirement, as Ms Ashworth said, of say 4 years in 10. Have we achieved that or not? And what's the maximum interval between watering? Because that's the other one that will catch you out. This graph shows that even that's not a straightforward process necessarily. There's unregulated flows, and by that I mean a natural event which has not been controlled by the river. They're quite rare by river authorities, and you can see the 2016 flood sits in there, and there'll be another one for 2022 that we've just experienced. Beyond that, there are environmental flows indicated with the letter E, or a site could be completely dry. There's also sites that are drawing down and dry or wetting at the time. So some sites will take years to dry out after they've been inundated. So you can see there a basic history of each site, and we've got those for all sites that we actively manage. Then you've got site conditions, and that can be quite complex for larger sites. So this really depends on what information have we got from recent monitoring data. And there are different monitoring themes. The first is objective themes, and by that I mean, not that it's an independent theme, I mean that what are the site objectives? So what are the values that are there, and what are we hoping to see for those values? And there's an example of some of the objective-based monitoring that we do. So it might be fish, birds, vegetation, frogs. There are flow targets in some places, there are inundation targets in some areas, but then there's this intervention-based monitoring. And so they're particular questions which are of interest to the waterway manager to better achieve objectives in the future. So I've pulled out 5 that we're working on this year just to give you a flavour for the intervention monitoring, which is a suite of monitoring which changes over time, as I said, to answer questions that we, the waterway manager, might have. And so one there is the diversity of microbat species present and how that links to watering, because we're observing increase in numbers. How does diversity get affected by environmental watering and timing and volume, etc. Another one is water bird nesting links to environmental water. The third one is vegetation changes from weir pool variability. So if you lower the main river channel, and that's called a weir pool, where there's a lock and a regulator, that area that's impounded behind it, it's called a weir pool. If you lower that, what are the vegetation benefits on the banks of the river that have been exposed? Carbon is the lifeblood of river systems and productivity booms that are required to deal with species growth and population growth. And floodplains are a key source of carbon for the main river channel. So how are we dealing with carbon accumulation and transfer back into the river channel to support the main river? And large-bodied native fish movement with regulator operations. So where we've got regulators involved and we've been able to use the floodplain as nursery habitat and grow out some fish, how can we then most successfully operate our regulators to get those fish back into the river channel? So there's some of that's an idea for you of intervention monitoring. Then there's, of course, risk-based monitoring that occurs. It's different for each site, but a flavour for you is water quality. That could be dissolved oxygen, it could be salinity content, groundwater, that could be height to surface, or change over a watering event, cultural heritage, so that's artefacts that are present and known or not known, integrity of delivery infrastructure, so making sure the potential operations don't threaten the infrastructure that's impounding that water. And then, of course, any myriad of site-specific ones. You know, if you've got sensitive noise receptors over an Easter weekend, you might be looking to shut pumping down, that kind of thing. So there's a myriad of things that sit under that. Approvals conditions, so that's different for each site, but you know, if a tree, which was a nesting tree, needed to be removed for the implementation of a project, then there might be conditions on monitoring the recovery of that species through nesting boxes which have been installed or something to that effect. So there's approvals conditions that we need to monitor. Socioeconomic and cultural, again, they sit in our monitoring evaluation reporting plans, but they'll involve everything from visitation numbers to cultural outcomes that have been achieved in a particular landscape. And then there are contractual monitoring obligations as well too. And a good example for that is what's the return flow from a site. So when you're provided with a water resource and you've got an assumption of what the consumption of that water resource will be, we have contractual obligations to ensure that we monitor, say, the return flow or the consumption of water at a site. So all of that data is available to inform site-based planning in any one year. And then we look at water availability scenarios, and Ms. Ashworth spoke quite well about, you know, the different dry, drought, average and wet, and you could be doing your planning 6 to 12 months in advance of a watering action. So you might not know what the climate's doing in that point at any one point in time. So what you do is you plan for, if the conditions do become X, what are the requirements of the values that are present? And you'll see there's tier 1 and tier 2 sites under each one of those availability scenarios. And what that talks to is, if it's a tier 1, the action is required in that year to maintain the condition of the site. If it's a tier 2, it's an action which could hold over to another year. The value won't be lost if the watering action doesn't take place. So that's a way of expressing the importance under different climatic scenarios. Traditional owner values. So this is a planning process which occurs year round. Cultural and social outcomes are included in the environmental water management plans and decision-making processes. We favour, at the request of traditional owners, on-country trips, which enable traditional owners to make their own assessments as to the need of watering actions at any one site, and a growing activity to undertake with traditional owners are Aboriginal waterway assessments. And for those of you who don't know what they are, it looks at the cultural health of a landscape or the cultural values, identifies its current health or status, what might be threatening that health, and then how you might be able to support it. The key point is the intellectual property of those processes remain with the traditional owners, and they can bring that to the table when we're considering annual watering actions to inform what might be a priority for them. We also get traditional owner voices in seasonal watering proposals, and we don't edit that voice. And the environmental water holder also has an independent relationship with traditional owners, so their desires are heard quite clearly by the view for demands for water. And we've had some pretty awesome projects over the last few years to put restorative flows in to primarily protect cultural outcomes in some locations. And so you saw the images I spoke about where there was impacts to cultural heritage sites from river regulation. There's been a few sites of the utmost importance where we've been able to partner with traditional owners and put water back on landscapes to stabilise soils and protect values that were directly being threatened and lost without the restoration of the landscape. So that's been a rewarding process to be a part of with traditional owners. Monitoring and review for cultural outcomes is funded via individual programs. So we've got an Aboriginal Water Officer program which prioritises work with those groups which do not have formal recognition and don't have their own Aboriginal water officers. So their job is primarily to work with traditional owner groups about their water aspirations and make sure they're heard in our planning and delivery. We've got an aspirations project which sits in really neatly with the Victorian Murray Floodplain Restoration Project. It looks at broader landscape aspirations of traditional owners in those same footprints and works to have short-term, medium-term and long-term projects that can be delivered on landscape management, because it's not just about water. Traditional owners are interested in whole of landscape priorities, and so that will involve land managers like Parks Victoria quite clearly as well too, as you look to control pests and visitation threats and any number of externalities which impact on landscapes, not just hydrology. And of course, the Living Murray program, which has been beaten around the bush a lot since you've been here. It's a wonderful example that's been running for 15 years, and that has funded positions to work with traditional owners in those landscapes. That's what you see the image on the bottom right. It's enabled traditional owners to get involved in some of the research monitoring. And so that's electrofishing being done in the Mullaroo Creek. So it's one of our staff with Uncle Norm, who's the chair of First Peoples of the Middle Mallee, inspecting the size of the cod and how our regulator settings on the Mullaroo Creek are affecting the cod population in the Mullaroo Creek. So it's been fantastic to try and get the Western science and learnings from 60,000 years of management together in one place to drive better outcomes. Then the broader community as well too. So we've got a website which you can see in centre of screen there with, you can scroll around the landscape to areas of importance to you and have a look at proposed watering actions and provide commentary for the general public. There are fact sheets which are located at every information centre we can find. Anyone who's got a board where the public go will put those. We get on the media, so on radio and online. TV hasn't taken us yet, but who knows, to publicise, we want community input into our actions. We attend farmers markets. We recently purchased a van and decked it out in a whole lot of cool environmental stuff with tallies, and so we take that to all the farmers markets and friends of groups to get out there and hear what sites are of importance to community and to explain what we're all about and what we undertake. And we've also got, our board has two reference groups which are really quite important here. We've got a Land and Water Advisory Committee and an Aboriginal reference group. They're made up of community members from across our catchment, and a board member sits in, and we present on not only our proposals for the year, but our proposals to engage with the community and make sure that we're getting to where we need to get to. In particular, the ARG, Aboriginal Reference Group, has been immensely helpful in making our organisation more approachable and getting to the right people in the Aboriginal community. They don't endorse decisions. They are not representing their groups. They're representing the Aboriginal people and how we should be interacting. So we've got members from across the catchment, and as I said, they hold us to account really in making sure that we get out there and speak to the right people. And that includes both traditional owners of the land and Aboriginal people who call our catchment home, who are from country that is afar, who might get some cultural services from our landscape. The next part that you can't undersell here, and this looks a bit of a horrendogram, and in some ways it may be, it's the partnerships that we have with all of the other land managers. In every logo you can see there on the right, we will either inundate their land or need their permission to undertake a watering action already. So this is not new territory for us. We've got established relationships with all of these parties, but the dot points on the left give you an indication of the interactions that we have to have with them. So we're intimately aware of the internal approvals process within each one of those entities as we seek their approval to inundate their land on an annual basis and seek deeds to inundate. Each entity and land manager has a responsibility for cultural heritage, and so whilst our organisation takes that responsibility very seriously and undertake our own assessments, many of our partners do that as well too, and so we'll work through very sensitive topics to make sure that that we're paying homage to the values that are in our landscape and not affecting something that we're actually trying to protect. We might be changing public access to landscapes and signage might be required. We may need to repair roads before the watering actions can be taken place or afterwards. And then, of course, we have physical construction in their estates at the moment. So we have, lay-down areas, material storage, we need to design assets, often trafficable temporary levies. And this work's going on currently. And that's probably a point I'd like to raise with the committee is the landscapes that are so important to us are ones that we're, doing emergency watering to currently, which are the VMFRP landscapes. And that means we're in there physically every year or two, constructing temporary infrastructure, putting pumps down. And that's something we can't wait to stop doing, have one impact at one point in time, which is really well considered by all parties involved, and then just operate the structure rather than have to temporarily move things in and out of a really sensitive landscape. I'm confident that we do it in a way which doesn't have impact, but it is still a destructive activity, which would be better not to have that encompasses risk. And all of that is culminated in the seasonal watering proposal. So there's an example of one. Ms. Ashworth spoke about that quite clearly, so I don't think I need to say much more about the seasonal watering proposal. Needless to say, she did speak about this as well too. So the view has a statewide prioritisation. SCUBEC, the Southern Connected Basin Environmental Water Committee, looks at all pools of water that are available and coordinated actions down the river. And that ultimately lands in a seasonal watering statement to our organisation, which provides us with the water and the resources required to undertake any watering action. When we're delivering with temporary infrastructure.
Mr. Kellerman, apologies, can I just get you to go back to the previous slide? Sorry, I could, just while we're in the moment, the seasonal watering plan, does that go at the front of that process as well as for consideration by view, or?
So that's the proposal that goes to them.
Yes.
And then it results in a plan that they send back to us. So once it's approved, it becomes a plan. So it's a proposal, then a plan, then a statement.
Yes, thank you. That makes sense.
I may have misspoken. So, yeah.
No, that's fine. I just was wanting to double check. Thank you.
Yep. It took me a little while to get across all that too. And then you have a delivery plan after that as well too, which encompasses the specific site-based risks, which is here, seasonal delivery plan. And so then there's three phases when we're doing temporary delivery. So the first is procurement. Given the scale of pumping, often it's public tender. We've got contract management, financial management as you're delivering on that contract. And that's to hire a pump, to operate the pump and to build temporary levies wherever necessary, to undertake appropriate monitoring activities. And by that, I'm talking about water height. If it's outcome-based monitoring, that would be managed through us more directly. There's compliance as you're undertaking a delivery. These are all, standing obligations that exist through legislation. So cultural heritage, native title, native vegetation, OH&S, land manager consent-based compliance. And then there's the objective-based monitoring that occurs during delivery. So ecological monitoring, as Ms. Ashworth said, we liaise directly with the Murray-Darling Basin Authority River Operations to request access to the allocation that has been afforded to us to deliver to a certain site. And then they work with the river operator to ensure that, the environmental water has been released from the dam and is available for us to be pumping into our landscape. I say pumping because there are, I can think of probably 2 sites where we can operate in our landscape without a pump. And that's because, we have such a large floodplain which requires such large volumes to get out of bank. It's scarcely often that we can deliver water over bank without a pump. The risk-based monitoring, as I've said there, and compliance inspections. So that's, in a nutshell, the temporary pathway, which has relevance to the VMFRP because there are some temporary pumping sites. But permanent infrastructure is a bit different again. So our organisation is part of the River Murray Operations Group, which meets to deal with issues affecting the entire river and making sure that entitlement can pass its way down and coordination of return flows, etc. But we have site-based operation groups, and we plan to expand those to encompass the new VMFRP sites if they come online. What they look like, we chair them. The asset owner is present as well too, the water holders who are affording their water to us to use, the land manager, the river operator, and of course the state constructing authority. And that group doesn't authorise environmental watering. They coordinate the obligations that every party needs to deliver during a watering event. And so that might be that, the land manager needs to close park access off at a certain date. The water holder needs to have water monitoring occurring. We've got objective-based monitoring. The asset owner wants to know that we're not going to reverse load the structure. So all of the coordination occurs during an event through the site-based operations groups. The operation, though, is instructed by us to the asset owner. So we'll instruct all operations. The only time the asset owner can operate the structure independent of our requests for preservation of life or preservation of the infrastructure. So the structures are there for environmental benefit directed by the waterway manager. And that's a shot of the Hattakalkine pump station that will afford water to move up through to Lake Bitterroot. And the other part that's in the middle of this is weir pools. So as I said in one of the earliest photos, it looks like a train line in some parts of the river. There's so many of these locks and weirs. They're owned by, thankfully, multiple agencies, just to try and keep it simple. Lock 11 up is owned and operated, all the locks are owned and operated by Goulburn Murray Water. Lock 10 alone is managed by Water New South Wales, and Lock 9 and down towards the South Australian border, even though it's in Victoria, are operated by SA Water. So we've got relationships with each one of those parties. We've got a joint weir pool planning committee that we meet with New South Wales every year, and we've developed a planning tool that has a 5-year outlook that we agree to, and we update that annually. We get input as well from the water holders, obviously, and then we make a joint submission between New South Wales and Victoria to the Southern Connected Basin Environmental Water Committee on what we would like to see occur to the weir pools for that particular year. And we rotate who's the lead agency. So 1 year we'll do it, 1 year New South Wales will do that. And that's worked quite successfully for us in managing weir pools to deliver on objectives. This mostly impacts downstream of Mildura towards the South Australian border. So not too much interest for the particular ones you're looking at right now, but it will be useful for future projects you're looking at. And then, of course, there's a natural flood. And unfortunately, we don't get to sit back and put our feet up and look at what nature does when that occurs. We've got to make sure all of our structure settings are in the appropriate setting. Typically, we have our default setting for structures being to open, which means that natural floods can pass through and have no impact. But sometimes we may choose to have what we call a hybridized event. It might be because we're already in an event, or the natural flood will be it won't be high enough and it won't last long enough. So we try and build upon that natural flood to provide a more appropriate watering regime for that floodplain that would have occurred prior to the dams and locks being installed. And so we've got a busy job in making sure our structure settings are appropriate, and that's where adaptive management is key to operate. The next one, which will be less of an issue going forward, is the removal of temporary flow obstruction. So when you've got temporary infrastructure in the landscape, you actually can't have a hybridized event, or it's very tricky to, because you've got to be able to get an excavator out to where a levee is and breach it right when the water's equalizing, which is a very tricky thing to do. And so fish passage is a compromise in the current temporary landscape as well too, whereas in future, hopefully you can get a broader set of benefits from sites that have natural connection through to structures that can be opened. We've got a role in flood advice, which means we need to do a lot of inundation mapping. So we keep flood modelling, and during a flood, we work with the Incident Control Centre to preserve life and properties. That's a very big role that we've got. But water quality is also really important. And I heard mention about, in particular, Blackwater, and certainly our observations show that sites that have regular environmental watering reduce the buildup of carbon on the floodplain, and therefore much less likely to have catastrophic low dissolved oxygen and actually work more as a refuge site. I think the concept's really quite familiar to many when you think about a forest and regular burning. You know, if a forest hasn't burnt for 3 or 4 decades, the amount of leaf litter will mean you've got a very hot fire, which may in fact damage the forest, versus a cooler burn, which the landscape has evolved to be very familiar with. The other action that we sadly have to undertake is, when you do have catastrophic low dissolved oxygen, is to translocate fish where we can and get them into those refuge sites that we've got, and certainly Hattakalkine has proved to be effective in the past at that. The imagery, it's a natural flood moving down the system on the left. That's an excavator breaching a levee. You've got one of our staff members doing a bit of water quality monitoring there, and you'll see much of the VMFRP projects are built on existing track networks. That's so that we don't impact additional footprint within national parks. But equally too, it gets to resolve some of these flow obstructions. So you can see that vehicles parked on top of a culvert. The culvert's half blocked and it's tiny. You know, if a flood's only here for a very limited period of time, that culvert will restrict the water going into the floodplain immensely. And the project will enable more natural passage of flows through these creek lines. And then we can retain the water for the appropriate period of time too, and release it back to the river. So greater flexibility to do what we're already doing really in a natural flood. All of that is condensed into this document, which I've seen, which I know is in some of the content provided through to you. I probably just wanted to point out that there are so many circumstances where nature will throw a curveball and you've got to do something new or something different and on the fly. They're shown in our process in this teal colour. They're all the adaptive management points. When new information becomes available, you assess your pathway to reach your objectives. And if you need to change, then you change at that point in time. So adaptive management impacts not only on the long-term planning, which is on the far left-hand side, but during the annual operations of an event, you've got 5 points at which, once you've made a decision, you can alter course or take on new information. I thought I might breathe a bit of life into adaptive management over time, and I'm sure if some of my ecologists and botanists and hydrologists are watching this, they'll be horrified at my version of explaining these to you, but I still think they're impactful stories about how knowledge has changed the way we operate over time. And so hopefully that's what you take away from these 6 examples, which will conclude my presentation after we get through these. So Murray hardyhead is a very important small-bodied native fish in our part of the world, threatened fish. We've been monitoring populations that we've had in our catchment for 15 years now. And what we've observed through monitoring is that they're able to survive in highly saline environments, sometimes 2 to 3 times that of seawater. In the early years, environmental watering to sites was delivered to maintain a sufficient level, so creating a certain amount of habitat for the Murray hardyhead. But as we knew more about the biology and ecology of the species, we were able to incorporate that into the particular target inundation height for the area. And so instead of having a target inundation height, you've got a target habitat you're creating, so slightly higher salinity levels, which means that the Murray hardyhead doesn't have the competition of other fish species in that water body, because we are trying to create breeding populations of this fish so that we can repopulate the broader river system. And so we've been able to create really productively breeding Murray hardyhead habitats by increasing salinity levels in some sites. And so managing water height and habitat based on salinity levels rather than water presence. Another one is lignum dormancy. I showed you these photos earlier of lignum that looks like it's kicked the bucket. And lignum is a really important floodplain shrub. We know that this type of habitat is greatly reducing across the basin. It is critical to the life cycle of many species that inhabit the floodplain, and even important for some water bird breeding. Our monitoring has found that it's able to survive for longer intervals between floods than what was previously recorded. And by that, we're talking around 4 years. And it can do that because it's got these underground rhizomes. So it can turn entirely brown and the surface material can fall over, but there can still be a viable rhizome under the soil after 4 years. Beyond that, there's great loss. But knowing that you can stretch a species out into a condition that looks like this enables us in times of dry to push that threshold and say, okay, what's critical, what's in the tier 1 during this really dry time period? And we can prioritise water to those sites where you might be trying to, say, maintain Murray hardyhead, rather than a bit of floodplain inundation in a very dry year, because you know it's only been 2 years since watering, so we can hold that lignum over. So that's adapted the way that we manage the lignum floodplains and swamps. Another one is the use of structures. So this is the Mullaroo Creek, which is part of one of our future projects. This graph goes from 2014, January on the left, through to July 2022. And it's showing you the daily discharge of water height on the vertical axis. In 2015, which is this big green bar in the middle, we installed a flow control gate on the upper Mullaroo. Prior to that, there was an old rock causeway, and that's an image of it on the right-hand side, by the way. Prior to that, there was a rock causeway, so a road that went through, and it was overtopping with water, and there was no control of the flow through that site. And as you can see, that's replicated in the hydrograph. There's no heartbeat going on there. It's just sort of a constant spewing of water over the top of this vastly quickly eroding structure. Then you need to learn how to optimize the operation of these gates to create the right habitat further downstream where the Murray cod are. Now, the red line is the target for the spring pulse to cue breeding. There's woody complex habitat there. You want fast flowing habitat. We're targeting around 1,000 megalitres a day for a set duration. And so you can see over time, we've optimized the use of the structure to get not only the duration right, but the flow peak right. So in 2015, our first year with the gate, we only got about a quarter of the duration right. Flow rate wasn't too bad. Had a natural flood in 2016. By 2017, we were late starting, and we only got about half the time. But by the time you get to 2019, we hit the flow target. We just underdid the duration. And by 2020, we've now hit the nail on the head. We've now got the natural floods. But over time, with a lot of work and monitoring and effort, you can optimize control of systems and sites to create appropriate habitat. Next one is building resilience in drought-stricken tree communities. And you might think this is obvious, but bear with me because it's actually not. So floodplain trees at sites which received water across subsequent years, so year on, saw cumulative improvements, not static, in condition and establishment of greater resilience. So remember I said resilience is really important because you need to be able to get through that next famine period. And it might be, depending on the tree, 15 years before your next watering event. We now apply this finding where possible in our planning phases. And it's a strategy which has been particularly important for us in the restoration of sites which have been dry for a very long time. And I can tell this story with an image, which I'll do now. So this is the same creek line after 2 consecutive waterings. What we found is if you water 1 year and then say, okay, it's had its one in 15-year water, we'll come back in 15 years, you'll get a quick response, but then that response will fail again quite quickly. But if you can provide consecutive waterings for a period of time when you're trying to restore a particular tree or ecosystem, you'll build resilience cumulatively. So you won't just get the same increase in the next year, you'll get a step change. And you can build resilience to the point where you can then go long dry and the tree has the resilience to get through and it doesn't lose its condition quite as rapidly. It's like a, think of a human being which has been lost out in the forest for, weeks and weeks and weeks and is starving. They're not right after the first feed. You need to keep feeding them and build their strength back up, build their body fat back up so they can overwinter as it is. And so you can see the foliage and the canopy difference in those 2 spots in particular that I've put the green ring around, and in fact across the entire photo. It makes sense, but it's something which that we have proven through monitoring, that you need to build resilience over time.
It might be obvious, Mr. Kellerman, but putting that in the context of a natural flood such as recently experienced, some might take the view, does that mean that we're off the hook for a while because you've had a big flood? Yeah. But perhaps the slide you're showing here might indicate it's all the more reason to follow up with environmental watering sooner rather than later for some areas. Is that correct?
That's exactly right. And so it's something we very much look to do. So once you build on the benefits of a natural flood, that's exactly right. And whether it's during that one particular year where you might have a hybridized event, if you can, and the VMFRP structures definitely allow us to do that. You can build on the existing flood or a follow-up watering in the next year. It's actually, I think it might have been in The Age earlier this week by Mike Foley. There was an article that spoke about the benefits of the flows that have come down are we fine now as the systems have roared back into life? Are we now fine for quite some time? And no, we're not. And the Commonwealth water holder was quoted, I think, in that article by Mike Foley talking about that very fact that systems will drop away quickly, and it's not all done now. Our work here is not complete. The next example is colonial nesting birds. So as I spoke earlier, there's a requirement here to provide habitat where the birds are elevated above a watercourse so that their eggs can't be predated. But they're a fish-eating species, and inundation prior to spring primes the system in readiness for that breeding event. And by prime the system, I mean it enables fish to move into the system, to start breeding and to start to build that food source. We've used that knowledge. So water was delivered to Hatta just in autumn 21, ahead of the spring pulse, which generates the breeding event. And that priming fill established a fish community like we haven't experienced in the past, provides that key food resource. And as a result, we're able to fledge 6,000 juvenile birds in the monitoring that occurred after the spring watering event. And so if you look back over our records, we've noticed, you can't just have a party and not cater. You need to get in early, get the system primed so that it can cope with those events. So again, it's not straightforward. A bird might need a tree and water, but it also needs something to eat. And so natural systems are highly complex, and as you learn more, you do better. And that's just another example of that. Flow queues is another really interesting one. So this is an observation that we got from Magoya Lagoon, just out of Robinvale, and it showed that the operation of either a pump or the weir pool, you might be able to move that. We observed predictable movement responses of golden perch. And then we did some trials based on this observation to see if it was possible to get fish to move out of the wetland back into the main river channel from a particular flow pulse. And it was. And so now we use this flow pulse as a management principle where possible across our sites where we might have fish that have bred, or there are native fish of value that might be better off back in the main river channel rather than ending up as bird food, which is also quite a valuable outcome and a natural process. But when there's particular fish species that we want back in the main river channel, we can use flow queues to move native fish back into river channels, which and thankfully invasive species like the carp are blind to those flow queues. And so quite successfully, we've managed to get the natives out and leave the carp behind to become food. So that's been a wonderful learning curve that we got just locally at Magoya Lagoon. And so that concludes my slides, but I thought I'd wrap up on 3 points. The first is, if I haven't shared it clearly enough, is that CMAs have got a long history of restoring really important ecological and cultural landscapes in partnership with our traditional owners and our broader community. The Mallee floodplains face this existential threat from river regulation, and the VMFRP works and measures provide us with a really balanced approach to recovery. It's not going to replicate pre-river regulation. We can't do that. There are 900 wetlands, there are a lot of communities, and we've all seen the social devastation that a large flood occurs these days, and society's not up for that. That's why I use the word balanced approach to recovery. And thirdly, our adaptive management approach will ensure the operation of the works and measures remain contemporary to the needs of not only the floodplain ecosystems, but also to the community expectations. That's something that we take very seriously. That concludes my presentation. Happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Mr. Kellerman. Member Kendall, we're in your hands if you want your questions to Mr. Kellerman now, or he can wait if you want to have a break and come back with those.
Great, thank you very much, Mr. Townsend and Mr. Kellerman. We do have a number of questions from the committee, so I think we should break now and come back and do that after the break. So we'll come back at 2:25. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Welcome back.
Thanks, Member Kendall. Mr. Kellerman rang me during the break to say he'd heard a couple of questions from this morning that were handballed, and he's happy to answer those too. And I'll leave it in your hands. Do you want him to do that now or later?
Yes, I think that would be helpful, Mr. Kellerman, if you do that now, and if it doesn't fully answer the questions asked, then the committee member can clarify further with you. So thank you. Yes, that would be great.
No worries. So these are the ones which come from the past presentation. So it's the first one is any observation to read 2 types of works, pumping or diversion, impounding, retaining water at TLM or other sites. No observations within the floodplain. Both works at the site of the works will be different to nature. So, you know, for a normal river is an overbank flood, you know, when you've got either a regulator or a pipeline delivering water, at the site of that infrastructure, the water may move in a different way to what would occur naturally, but out in the floodplain, there is no discernible difference that I've seen or that our organisation has logged. And the differences that occur at the infrastructure are mitigated in the design of the infrastructure. So for a pipeline, you would have a flow dissipation structure, and for a regulator, you have rock beaching immediately beside it. But beyond that, the intent of the, you know, when you get into the footprint or where the values are being managed, I haven't discerned a difference. If buybacks were implemented, will sites end up watered by overbank flows? I just did a back of the envelope consideration to that question, and we were talking about, I think, 120 gigalitres. To water Lake Craman, where I showed you the imagery of the swans, that would require 150 gigalitres of flow per day to enable that to occur, and it would need to happen for well over a month to inundate the site, potentially longer. And if you look back at the really early chart from 1886, I think it was, down in South Australia, and you looked at the duration of those floods, it would need to be a very long time. So you would not achieve the ecological objectives at the finer sites that we're trying to achieve. The next one is degree to which CMA monitors and reports on negative outcomes of watering at TLM sites. So where the negative outcome is a negative outcome of an objective of the site that's monitored, it will appear in that report as shown, as it did for Kundruk Paracuda, where they're all Ds. If the outcome's not been achieved, you'll see it. Each report that we send in as well to the Department of Environment, Land, Water Planning, now DECA, on the Living Murray implementation has a challenges section in as well too. So if it's not a particular objective that you're managing for, there's a challenge in the achievement of that objective or an alternative impact that's been incurred, it will be featured there. Beyond that, the organisation has its own environmental strategies and reporting requirements when there's if there were to be negative impacts that may occur. So I think, yes, it does. I would say that the EDSs have new domains that don't feature in our current Living Murray reports, but do sit within our organisational risk-based monitoring. It's just not a reporting requirement to TLM, which now will probably be a reporting requirement if it's in the proposed EDSs. And there was one question I didn't quite understand the question, which was, will water be available for multiple sites? To that, I would say, not understanding it fully, if I take it at face value, yes. We've been very successful in the annual prioritisation process using the view and SKUBAC in achieving the water that's required. And if it was in relation to Hatter, where there was Hatter South and Hatter North, when you are inundating Hatter North, it's a larger footprint, so the consumption of water would be greater. Noting though that Hatter North has a lower frequency. The MDBA presentation yesterday described that. That's why the Bitterang levy is there currently. So it will be less frequent that it will require that extended volume of water. But there will be sharing of water as well too, because the return flows will transition in some part back through the main Hatter site as well. And they're all the questions that I have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kellerman. I will, the committee members who asked those questions, if that hasn't fully answered, I'll get them to clarify when they do ask you some questions. We do have a number of questions. We'll move through them as efficiently as we can, but I'll hand to Member Carruthers to start.
Thank you, Mr. Kellerman. That's a very informative presentation. I found the graphs in particular very useful. A historic perspective that those graphs illustrates, I think is quite useful. I wanted to just probably broadly ask something about monitoring. bring it back to the EES. There's various slides referred to monitoring and collecting of data. The main points that I think might help the committee in terms of clarification would be the groundwater. How is that monitored, and what's actually involved in monitoring groundwater? Is it just the level, or is it actually the quality of the groundwater?
Yep, so there's both. So the Mallee CMA has a groundwater monitoring program which exists independent of the environmental watering program. We've got, in the order of 400 bores which are monitored. Each bore has differing objectives. So some bores are monitored annually, some are monitored 4 times a year, so quarterly. Others will have a requirement that is associated with the watering action potentially, so when there might be a potential change to that water source. And so there's been work done in putting conditions around watering in areas where you've got hypersaline groundwater, so that you can monitor trend over time when you're completing a new action. So it's a risk-based approach, Member Carruthers.
So how many of those bores that you've got currently would be within the water management areas that are under consideration?
That is a good question. I can't answer that directly. We could get that information for you, but as an indication of what in scale that I can provide you, the current inundation in the Mallee region inundated in the order of 190 bores on the floodplain got inundated. So we've got approximately half of our network is in the river floodplain, and many will be in the VMFRP footprint. A number of years back, we did install an additional, I think it was 36 bores, I would be corrected on that, but in the order of 36 that were in dark spots that weren't particularly visible from our existing network that would be required for the VMFRP program. So they're up and running, so we've got a baseline prior to inundation.
Okay, thank you. I think it's probably water availability on your slide 34 of the deck, where we come to the question of allocation of water. So I understand the process that you will go through in terms of the proposal annually and coming back with a plan for the following year. In a dry year, if we look at those couple of, well, the drought and the dry year, the two left-hand columns there, how do you prioritise between environmental flows and water that perhaps would be otherwise allocated for irrigation?
So that's actually a nice easy one to answer. They are entirely separated. And so environmental entitlement is owned by the state on behalf of all Victorians. And that entitlement does not get used for productive agriculture. They are separate with the same level of protection as an irrigator would have. So irrigators' water won't necessarily be used for environmental outcomes, and environmental water not for irrigators' outcomes. So it's not, they don't interact like that.
But if we've got irrigators that are drawing water as part of their allocation from some of those waterways within the water management area that we're considering, and in a dry year or a drought, there's insufficient water to allow that allocation to be drawn down, how do the proportionments get arrived at between saying to an irrigator, well, you can only have half of your allocation, for instance?
So that's the role of the resource manager who sits within Goulburn Murray Water. And at the start of any irrigation season, they will, or the start of a watering year, they'll look at the water storage levels in the dams and what the likely inflows are going to be. And then progressively across the year, they will advise water entitlement holders how much allocation they have. And a water entitlement holder cannot use more allocation than they already have available to them. Otherwise, there'll be a compliance action taken against that. And that would apply for the environment as well too. So in a dry year, both the irrigators and the entitlement holders for the environment will be advised of how much water is actually in the dam available for them to have delivered to them.
Dam being the Hume Dam?
Hume Dam or any of the storages which can deliver to this particular location. So environment holders will have it, and as do irrigators actually. They can get water interstate provided the water source is upstream of them. They can procure water often from many storage systems. And that's a risk mitigation strategy there as well too. If you can own water from multiple valleys, one valley might be in drought and the allocations might be low, say on the Goulburn system, which comes from Lake Eildon, you might own entitlement there, and then you'll also own entitlement from the Murray system, which might in that year supply more water than would be available. So yeah.
So can the committee assume that all those irrigation drawdowns are metered and monitored by Goulburn Murray Water?
And by the other relevant water authorities throughout the system. So yeah, where there is non-compliance, there is actions that are brought about to deal with that situation. So it's been the subject of much public debate in New South Wales, but I think for the broad part, yes, the committee could presume that that would not be an issue for this project.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kellerman.
Very welcome.
Great, thank you very much, Mr. Carruthers. Now I'm going to hand to Member Bell for her questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, thanks. I was just wondering if all projects are designed so that if you don't get permission to inundate private land, either for ever if it's ongoing or for a certain event, can that land of the project set up so that that land can be excised from the inundation event, or does it prevent the whole?
I think you've probably reached the end of my capacity to answer that. It's probably more project by project, worthwhile exploring with the proponent and the particular infrastructure and easement based settings that are available. So I could have a go, but I think you're probably better off having a chat with the proponent about the settings that are available to manage that. But as a rule, with our existing infrastructure and our existing temporary programs, there's a mixture of sites which we have unencumbered access to water all the time, and some sites where we seek annual permission to do so. And I would say that over time, you know, as land ownership changes, that is dynamic, and you need capacity to deal with the changing environment as you would not only landowner sentiment, but, you know, environmental objectives may change. You might need to put in temporary works to deliver a particular outcome. So it's dynamic over time, but typically there are settings available to us, Member Bell, to deal with that.
Thank you. Sorry, just capturing that. And the second question is related to the adaptive management process that you've talked about a little bit. It's a little bit specific to the project, but hopefully you can give a general answer. So we've looked at the proposed ecological monitoring and evaluation reporting plan. And I've also looked at the Living Murray monitoring and report card, which was referred to in the Part A submission. The ecological MER for this project indicated that funding might limit the amount of monitoring being able to be undertaken. I think they kind of almost started with a wish list and then gave an indication of funding for 50% of that wish list. And equally, the Living Murray figures indicate that not all objectives were able to be monitored every year. So I'm just wondering how you go about determining what the minimum necessary monitoring is required to test that the objectives are actually being achieved. And if the objectives haven't been monitored in a year, how that's accounted for in the report card or moving forward.
Yeah, I think that's probably one that you're going to have to go to the proponent about. No, that's okay. I'm trying to think of anything that I can add that's of value here. So we're very fortunate with the Living Murray program to have such a long data set of condition monitoring, which are our key site objectives. So that's been sufficient for us to deliver what we need. But as to the hypotheticals around what could be funded and what would not be funded, I'd have to get our ecological team to be really specific about what was available in any one scenario to see whether it was sufficient or not. But I think the conversation there is between the proponent team and the state on who will be funding that and what might be available and what then the minimum requirements are, given a set of objectives for us to make sure that we are achieving them.
Thank you. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Bell. Dr. Blisker.
Thank you. Mr. Kellerman, I wanted to further explore the question of infrastructure-enabled environmental watering, which you've partly answered the question based on the one I put to Ms. Ashworth this morning. But essentially, I guess the crux of this project is that it is infrastructure-enabled environmental watering rather than just purely environmental watering. And I wanted to understand, I guess, how much of your environmental watering currently is infrastructure enabled, and I guess how it fits into those two categories, being sort of pumped or pumping and diversion type of infrastructure versus impounding infrastructure.
I'm racking my brain, Dr. Brisker, to find any site that is not infrastructure enabled in our site. Even the Mullaroo site that I gave the example for, it's a regulator which enables us to control the flow rate through the site, and the lock 7 artificially holds the water high there. It's probably the least infrastructure enabled. All of our ones that are passive, as in not needing pumping, are typically sites where we exclude artificially high weir pools so that the site can have an appropriate wetting and drying cycle. But and I would stand corrected if there is one, but I cannot think of a site where our environmental watering doesn't either have a pump or a levy that's required to enable it to occur.
Okay, I guess of the infrastructure enabled, how much of it involves impoundment to the extent that that's proposed at Belsiangra?
To the extent, as in the physical extent imposed?
The physical extent, or what extent of impoundment currently?
So all of our sites that I can think of, there is a level of impoundment that's required. Because you're not getting the overbank flows. Our floodplains typically, they are, they'll often be a mixture of deflation basins and creek lines, but the low point is often back to the Murray River. And so to get certain ecological targets, you need to move higher in the floodplain. And so you'll need to temporarily block off a flow path back to the river so that the water can be impounded for the appropriate period of time and get high enough to get that particular species that you're targeting. So most often, and it can be very small. So in Mr. Sheehan's presentation yesterday, you would have seen some of the impoundments just look like a track. It's not a particularly interesting image, and it's because it's such a flat landscape. The impoundments can often be, breached with a shovel. They're so small for the temporary sites, up to things that you can drive a car across and might be the height of a bus. That would be as the absolute extreme in a temporary structure in size. The scale, though, that we're talking about with VMFRP is something that we often can't obtain with temporary infrastructure. And that's why I said we're on life support in those wettest and lowest parts of the floodplain at the moment with the temporary watering. And the VMFRP is a new set of tools which will enable us to get a larger footprint. So that will be good, very commensurate with what we're doing with the Living Murray site. So Haddock Culkine, and of course out on Mulcra Island, we've got a very large inundation footprint as well. We certainly do get large sites through temporary impoundments, but I don't think they're comparable to the 14,000 hectares in the VMFRP project.
No, so if the Belsiangra, particularly area 1, which is quite a large impoundment, as I understand, with blocking off the Nakuya Creek at both ends, and then impounding to some significant depth.
So that's,
are you saying that's a new level of
for temporary infrastructure, not for permanent? So Hatter is much larger than that, and the temporary inundation. So Lake Walla Walla, for example, is another really large impoundment that we regularly water. So it's not the impounding that's different, because a natural flood naturally inundates those. It's holding the water at either end with the structure that's the different part. But it's
and so as I understand it, with the VMFRP, particularly again the Belsiangra, it's not just holding it at either end, but there, as I understand, it's impoundments are encircling around it more so than just either end being blocked off. And
at low points and to varying degrees. So the larger structures will be in the existing water courses, but then there's flood runners everywhere. Like when you look at that image that I had that showed the site inundated currently, you can see where it would traverse back to the river. And so it's at those points that you need to hold the water back to ensure it doesn't get back to the river without being able to get high enough to hit those targets, so those trees that are in the higher floodplain.
That's correct. And with the existing Living Murray project, say at Hatter Lakes, is anything of that magnitude occurring there?
Yeah, so there's a breakout levee on the western side, the Bitterang levee on the north side. So yes, there are, and same on the Lindsay Island project, there's one proposed as well too. So there's many tracks in the Living Murray program which act as small impoundment levees as well too.
Okay. And with the Living Murray monitoring, which gets back to the question I posed this morning as well, in terms of the monitoring, also the publicly available monitoring results focus on the objectives of the program and whether those objectives were attained.
Right.
And I understood from Ms. Ashworth that there is some recording of adverse effects or unexpected effects, but she was unclear. It was unclear from her response as to who's responsible for that and where it's held, and I guess it's available to be external to your agency and to the environmental water holder.
That's certainly a topic of interest that the Department of Environment, Land, Water Planning, now DECA, has in our annual or biannual reporting. So that features in our reports between our agency and DELP. It's also something which sits within our organisation in risk management as well too. So all of the factors, whilst not a reporting requirement necessarily with Living Murray, do sit either as a legislative obligation anyway within the organisation, or something which features in a procedural policy in the way in which we go about our business. So for example, dissolved oxygen monitoring, Hattah National Park, it's not a reporting objective of Living Murray, but it is a risk-based objective that we monitor during watering events. And the monitoring program will be devised at the start of a watering event, facilitated through the delivery plan, and then enacted upon by our staff during an event. And at times, you know, there might be community receptors who are sensitive to that. And we've had a part of that program is communicating directly with the general public about it if it's a point of interest. So directly downstream farmers who are removing water from the Murray River were interested in the water quality of the return water. So we made that information available directly to them at that time. So yeah, it exists. It's not a reporting requirement necessarily of the Living Murray funding agreement, but it's something that exists within the organisation.
And so if somebody were to be interested in a helicopter view of those kinds of issues, is there currently a document that summarises that? Or is it more sort of a response on an incident by incident basis?
It's incident by incident because the risks are different. So each year, I think you'd look at the watering process. So the delivery plans have there's even a statewide process that looks at risks for watering, which then drives your individual plans for that 1 year. So I suppose it's about the process that we go through, because the risks that we're dealing with from 1 year to another can be quite dynamic and different.
And I guess from the viewpoint of this inquiry, one of the things we are interested in is, given that the Living Murray has, particularly Hattah Lakes, has strong similarities with what's proposed for this project, is I guess to understand the warts and all evaluation of what's happened there. So not only, I guess, to the extent to which the intended objectives have been met, but also to the extent to which there have been unintended, maybe pleasant surprises as well as unpleasant surprises, and trying to get a handle on in terms of where that information is available.
Yes, yeah, and look, certainly our annual report as well too can report on some of these topics as well too as an organisation. So that's another publicly available vehicle that talks about some of the achievements of the organisation.
Okay, thank you.
And challenges.
Yeah. Okay, thanks for that.
Very well.
Thank you, Dr. Brisker. We have a few more questions, Mr. Kellerman. So I'm now going to ask, just having a, where are you? I can't actually see you on the screen. Member Ham, thank you. I'll hand to you now to ask the question. Sorry, I didn't have everybody up on the screen. So.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Kellerman, just a few questions around traditional owner engagement. In your presentation, you spoke about, or on your slide, there was about continual engagement or ongoing annual engagement with traditional owner groups. Could you just expand on that for me, please? How does that work in a bit more detail?
Yeah, no worries. So there are a number of projects that our organisation has achieved funding to deliver upon. One of those is the Aboriginal Water Officer Program, which is sponsored through DECA. And that employs engagement officers that sit within our organisation to build and maintain meaningful relationships with traditional owners, to understand their aspirations for watering in the landscape. And the way they do that is year round, as I'd indicated. One of the key events on the Aboriginal Water Officer calendar is what we call Talk Water, and that's leading up to the creation of the seasonal watering proposals. Throughout the year, though, you might be involved in other activities such as Aboriginal waterway assessments, as I spoke about, Member Ham. But typically the Talk Water events are visits to sites across the catchment that have been watered in the past to understand how they've responded, what their current condition might be, and what some of the actions that traditional owners are seeking in the coming year. That's where oral contributions are then converted into text, and then another meeting is followed up later in the year to confirm that that text is appropriate and represents the interests of the traditional owners to be put into the seasonal watering proposal. Beyond that, I mentioned briefly, we have an aspirations project which looks at things beyond water, because we know water is only one of many important elements for traditional owners on floodplains. That aspirations project is born out of a desire to get traditional owners involved in the management of floodplains and their aspirations for floodplains long term. And for example, there are things there looking at plants of cultural importance, species of cultural importance, and what would be required to get them reintroduced, and supporting them with projects that will enable them to realise their aspirations for floodplains. And by that I mean it might be doing the seed work to obtain funding. It could be about stocking native fish. I'm giving you a couple of examples here. Stocking native fish in wetlands that are receiving environmental water and getting them to live their function as nursery habitat. Another example is weed control around plants of cultural importance so that they can outcompete the weeds that are in that particular location. Other examples are about, getting access to public estate and self-managing that public estate, which abuts floodplains, and creating a broader ecosystem which is protected from many visitor-based threats. So there's a diversity of projects under the aspirations wing. And then there's the Living Murray project, which is a really important one for us because it comes with significant monitoring resources, which are similar to what's proposed, I think, under the Victorian Murray Floodplain Restoration Project. So we've got an uninterrupted data set of 14 years, which is gold, and an opportunity to focus on intervention monitoring that's of importance in any 1 year. And so we've been, over the past few years, getting traditional owners more involved in that Living Murray research. So with an eye to seeing if traditional owners want to start taking on some of those responsibilities. And so they've been shadowing consultants undertaking everything from fish monitoring to vegetation assessments and fauna assessments. And so that's been particularly prevalent in the Lindsay Mockawar Polar site with the RAP, First Peoples of the Middle Mallee, and particularly the Ninte and Latchi peoples. So yeah, I don't know. I suppose I'll be directed by Ham.
No, that's a good overview, I guess, is what I was looking for. And one of the things I'm always interested in when Aboriginal people's views are sought, in this case traditional owners, so it's a broader question for the CMA, but the weight or impact of traditional owner views on your planning and implementation processes. People who have a background in this area, there are times when Aboriginal viewpoints, or look, to be honest, in a lot of time, Aboriginal viewpoints have been set aside or put down the priority listing. So I'm interested in the CMA's, I guess, philosophical approach to the weight it gives to traditional owner views, aspirations in balancing your overall planning and implementation processes.
Yeah, no worries. Really good question. And what I would say, the word that comes to mind is do no harm. And it's particularly important for us in the central zone, what we're talking about for these projects, where there is some contested country. And by that, I mean there are groups who are claiming similar country as their traditional lands, and formal recognition processes haven't been finalised or may not even be desired, and that's absolutely fine. And so in those landscapes, we will interact with all parties who have an interest in that landscape and express an interest. We're not exclusionary. We make sure that everyone has an opportunity to contribute their viewpoints and aspirations for the landscape. And then we plot a pathway that causes no harm. So if a particular action is not desired, we endeavour to not undertake an action which causes, particular distress to any one group, if that's at all possible. That's not always possible, and but that's our endeavour, is to try and find a pathway which the traditional owners of the land or the Aboriginal communities who are expressing interest in a particular landscape have been heard, and where possible we deliver on those aspirations. It's a lot easier in areas where there's a dedicated RAP, but having said that, it's still important for us to engage with community directly and not just be dealing with individual corporations. So we recognise the elders of the landscape, and we've got approximately between 5 and 8 staff who are dedicated in building and maintaining and owning these relationships meaningfully, and to what weight it has, provided it doesn't unduly expose our organisation with great risk, we'll look to do it. We're really interested in trialling cultural flows and handing control over, locations and timings and volumes and that kind of thing to traditional owners where there's water resources and financial resources to support that. And I mentioned an example where we've been partnering with one group to apply water to a landscape to stabilise the soils and prevent direct harm to ancestral burial grounds, and that's really meaningful work. It's something that we take very seriously, and are really proud of our work in that space. So it's a growing journey. We've just embarked on the Water is Life journey, which is moving even more in that path, and that's great. We open arms to moving down that pathway.
Yeah, which goes to my next question, I suppose, is around intangible cultural heritage. As you know, that's part of the Aboriginal Heritage Act now. It's been amended for that. But more importantly, I guess, not so much about intangible cultural heritage defined by the Act, but more as a notion, particularly around Aboriginal cultural practice as we go forward, and with the reawakening, if you like, of Aboriginal cultural practice particularly in the past decade. How is that contemplated by the CMA moving forward?
Well, it actually featured in my PowerPoint there. What I was trying to articulate anyway was the Aboriginal values section versus Aboriginal heritage, because as you rightly say, the Act describes intangible as something which is not known to the majority of people, yet the prevalence of old man weed in a particular wetland might be really well known, and therefore it wouldn't trigger as a cultural value, but it could be extremely important to a particular family group. And so that's taken as a value in the landscape to be protected. Just as, so it sits in the EWOP, as I described this. If there's a value in a landscape that traditional owners want to share and have protected, then we can put that directly into the Environmental Water Management Plan, which is the enduring document which describes the values at a particular site. But I mean, that's what the content is when you're talking to traditional owners. Part of it is about protecting artifacts of past occupation, but the richness is in making sure you've got a landscape which provides cultural services to the people who are with us today, and ensuring that bush tucker there and food's there and fiber's there and the landscape is healthy. I mean, we constantly hear from traditional owners, if you've got a healthy landscape, you've got healthy people, and the reason for unhealthy people is an unhealthy landscape. And fix the landscape and you'll fix the people. And so we're completely on board with that journey, and typically the environmental objectives mesh very well with cultural objectives. There'll be times when it diverges, and that might be around, a self-determined pathway for economic benefit, or who knows what. That's fine. There are pathways and that can be taken to deal with that. And certainly, water holders in the past have been very supportive of moving in a direction that supports cultural values and cultural sites with environmental water entitlements. That's a barrier we've been pushing.
Yep, and now an Aboriginal reference group that's mentioned in your presentation as well. So what is the Aboriginal reference group, and how does it differ, or does it differ from your engagement with traditional owner groups, which, given the number of interested party, it would be, I imagine it is. Could you talk to me about that, please?
So it differs entirely. So the Aboriginal reference group is a board committee. It's made up of men and women, Aboriginal men and women from across our catchment, many of them traditional owners, some of them not. Their role is not to speak for country. Their role is to make our organisation more culturally appropriate in making sure that our interactions with Aboriginal people are respectful of traditional law, LORE, not LAW. And so they are a sounding board for us annually to say, hey, this is an objective, a program we've got. We're charged with delivering environmental water, and we're charged with consulting. This is what we want to do in this particular year, and they'll say, no, that's not right. Or, I remember when I first started on this journey myself 6 years ago, I didn't know the difference between a traditional owner and an Aboriginal community member. But that is burnt into my psyche. That committee has made us understand that a traditional owner has obligations to a parcel of land, and an Aboriginal community member will have traditional land somewhere, but this might not be their country, and they cannot speak for that country. That's the job of the traditional owner. So I suppose the Aboriginal reference group has taken us on a journey over 10 or 15 years. They've been charged with setting us on a path with our reconciliation action plan, and so they're our sounding board about being culturally appropriate and making sure we're speaking to all of the community, and that who can speak for country and who can't, and navigating the journey in that contested landscape, Member Ham. I mean, that's something that is really important, and every member in there could one day be a future native title holder, and we cannot unduly impact on their rights in the delivery of our programs. And so that's a really careful process to navigate. It's not always easy, it doesn't always go smoothly, but it's something we endeavour to be really respectful in dealing with.
And in terms, like my last question, just in terms of the Aboriginal engagement officers or the traditional engagement officers, how many of them are Aboriginal people? They're all Aboriginal people and they're all from the area?
Yes.
Yeah. A little bit off the topic, but just broadly, how many staff do you have who are Aboriginal in the CMA, if you're aware of that?
I was 3 years ago, and I think it was 9.5% at the time, but I know that's something like that, but I haven't seen a recent number.
Yep, no worries, great. Thank you, that's ended my question.
Thank you, Member Ham. I just have a couple of questions, Mr. Kellerman. Following up from the questions of Member Ham, is it possible to get copies of any reports that just help us to get a better understanding of some of those programs that you've described? So the Aboriginal waterways assessments, whether there's any documentation to help us understand what the outcomes of that sort of process would be. And I think the material that I've read or what you've explained also mentioned that the Aboriginal Water Officer programs, there may be reporting associated with the deliverables through those programs and also through the Living Murray program and the traditional owner obligations associated with that.
Yeah, so the on the Aboriginal waterway assessments, that intellectual property is owned by the traditional owners who complete the work, so I can't share that, but there is a reference to the creation of that process by New Zealand Maoris, who describes the process really neatly. There's like a 3 or 4 page PDF which we could provide you with, which articulates the process. That's where it was first adapted from. And I would be cautious as well too about some of the reporting because it is all quite sensitive when it relates to interactions with community members. But certainly the Living Murray program, Indigenous participation program within that, I'm sure we'll have had some community-facing reporting in the past, which might talk about some of the wins that would give you a flavour for that kind of investment.
Great, thank you. That would be appreciated. If that's something the proponent could work with you on to provide us with anything that's you're able to share. I've just noticed, say, for example, the Chapter 3 in the EES does include documentation about traditional owner or an interested party aspirations, but it references the source of that material being from consultation in preparation of the basin plan, so some time ago. So we're really interested to know if there's something more current.
Definitely plenty going on, and the most recent large body of work with traditional owners has been preparation of the cultural heritage management fieldwork, where all groups have been engaged and continue to be engaged. The next meeting's at the end of the month, so there's been thousands of hours spent together on country recently for VMFRP, but it's an enduring obligation of the organisation anyway. So we'll find whatever we can for you that is publicly available and won't compromise trust, and hopefully gives you a flavour of those types of programs and some of the outcomes that can be expected from them.
Great, thank you, Mr. Kellerman. And just picking up on what you're emphasising there, I assume around not just privacy but also cultural sensitivity. So if it's possible to get authorisation from the interested parties to release that material if there's something that you think may be of interest, the committee would appreciate that. Thank you. And my final question is on a different topic, was just relating to the emergency watering works that you mentioned earlier in your presentation, the need to bring in temporary infrastructure and construction of that. Could you just let us know what approval requirements are needed at all for the installation of any temporary infrastructure?
Yeah, so it's there's no exceptions. The only exception is works and waterways permits, because we are the entity who issues those. So it's the only one. We get ourselves a free pass, but we're still obligated by the obligations of the works and waterways permits. So anything else that applies, so if the works were to trigger a cultural heritage management plan, one would be required. If there was native vegetation to be cleared, we'd have to deal with that as well too. So there are no exemptions afforded to us in the construction of those works. So that understandably greatly limits what we can do and where we can do it, and compromises environmental outcomes as a result. So at a minimum, land manager consent is required if the works don't trigger anything else. But they go right through to requiring native vegetation clearance, cultural heritage management plans, planning approval, everything.
So in a practical sense, how do you manage that if it is considered emergency watering or emergency management? What sort of lead time do you find is realistic in that situation?
So my terminology probably is not appropriate. Using emergency, it's without water you will lose the ecosystem, but I don't think that qualifies as an emergency, which provides us some sort of dispensation from any approvals pathway. For a cultural heritage management plan, the minimum that you would ever get one through in would probably be 12 months.
Yes, no, that's fine. Thank you, mate. I think your clarification around the terminology is assisted there. Thank you very much.
Very welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Kellerman. So no further questions from the committee. Thank you very much for your time. And Mr. Townsend, I'll hand back to you.
Thanks very much. Before I let Mr. Kellerman go, can I say, Member Kendall, as you know, we're going to do you a little submission on implications for traditional owners, and we'll collate some of that information so much as we can, or a discussion of it for you within that submission, and get further feedback from the CMA to assist us with that. So I think hopefully we had to cover a fair bit of what you've just canvassed for you in a neat document. But I just thought I'd ask you this, Mr. Kellerman, to help with that. When you described the dedicated staff in place and the relationships that are being formed with traditional owners from Mallee CMA, to what extent are you aware, if at all, there's overlap with those relationships and those and that engagement with the engagement that was done for the purposes of this EES and for the VMFRP projects? So I just want to understand, are we talking about the same relationships and the same personnel? Yeah.
Definitely. So we have used our existing personnel in the delivery of the VMFRP program as well too. So Mallee CMA staff who've been there before and will be there after have been a part of that consultation.
Which I think it goes to my next. So equally, you'd expect the same personnel in the implementation of SIAC or requirements of other reporting and or consulting requirements under the approvals.
We often joke, Mr. Townsend, when we're talking that we're the only two groups who are going to be enduring and care about the entire landscape. So Parks Vic have got a land manager responsibility. We've got a waterway which lends to the floodplain then, and the traditional owners have a full landscape objective as well too. So yeah.
All right. Well, Member Kendall, we'll make sure to get that expressed for you in a document, but thank you for that opportunity to put that question. May Mr. Kellerman otherwise be excused. He's obviously, as you can gather, he's supporting us, and we're able to get answers as we need to from the CMA. So
yes, we appreciate Mr. Kellerman attending. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Now, what I'll do, if you're happy with that, and we don't need another break at this point, Member Kendall, can I ask you?
I'll just do a quick check. I think I'm happy to continue. Thank you.
Okay. What I thought I'd do is I'm going to sort of save the day, as it were, and start in the morning without any further delay. I'm going to truncate what I needed to do by taking you through the balance of our Part B submission, and do that within about the next 20 minutes or so. And then perhaps you have just a very short break. That will still leave us time for the exercise we wanted to do, where Mr. Forrester was going to walk through the day one documents and some of the key revisions there, because it's been through an ultimate review and, if you like, a legal review to try and put it into a good statutory form. And it's worth, I think, doing that as part of the opening presentations. So I can really hit the high notes a bit on the balance of the Part B, because they are introductory remarks and matters we'll be pursuing through our case and, of course, in our closing submissions. And I might just use the heading. So I can invite the committee members to go to that Part B document again. What we just went through were all the explanatory presentations referred to in our paragraph 6 and 7. And I just wanted to point out that at the end of those presentations, at paragraph 10, we've indicated that what we hadn't done then in that grouping was have a specific presentation on what you might call the assessment of benefits. And it might be emerging or becoming clearer, and hopefully it will through our case, that there's a good reason for that, because what we're really seeking to do through the case is identify for the committee all the different ways that benefits are to be either assumed, measured or assessed, and depending on a particular agency's input or role, the long-term factors, immediate seasonal factors. But in the context of this case, where what we are really seeking to do, and we'll come back to, is enable or provide opportunities through infrastructure for delivery of benefits over the very long term, not the proving of a particular benefit, in that time frame. And so we really, at this stage, I think identifying the way the word benefits is used differently throughout different informing considerations to the EES, and trying to, by the end of this hearing, help to articulate that in what it means for this, what's acceptable in terms of the outcomes of these proposed projects, as opposed to what might be ongoing measures or beneficial assessments over the longer term, or as they relate to any particular element of the ecosystem. And so hence we didn't start the case by saying, here's our measure of benefits, because we will suggest to you that at intellectual level, it's not really the test. However, having said that, there were a number of ways through the process of trying to ascertain, describe, and measure those. And we will be returning at some point when there's a gap through our evidence, or later on, I will be giving you a little more of a description about how that was done, and I'll be assisted perhaps by Ms. Hilary Chapman, who's watching this, who did some of that work for us. But in light of today and where I want to get to, I'm just going to kick that can down the road, as it were, because really we've achieved, I think, what we wanted to for our case, and say, let's pause on jumping to questions or assumptions about what benefits means until we understand the projects and the policy implications and what we're driving at in these projects and what they can deliver and how that should be measured. And another interesting topic that I'll just touch on, that we will return to with that, is at a very more specific level, the notion of, say, vegetation offsets as they emerge through some of the consultation processes and feedback. And I think it's referred to in your terms of reference. And again, it's another interesting question, we think, for the committee when you come to reporting about why we get to those questions in the first place when we are dealing with a wholesale ecological gain or a suite of measures to improve the public estate in particular, or land adjacent to the public estate. And so on a number of these things, we think there are interesting, there's a discussion to be had by way of submission. I won't take it as far as I would have if I had a little more time now, but I just want to flag those for you if you like. We're not leaving them out. We see them as important submissions to be made after some building blocks are laid through the evidence and through the discussion of our case. So that's what we've touched on at our paragraph 10. At paragraph 11, we've set out the next few days for you in terms of just time expectations. And if we get through what we're doing today, we're on track for tomorrow with Mr. Hoxley and Mr. Treadwell. And we agree with you, Member Kendall. It's a wait and see as to whether that takes us into next week. But we certainly don't expect to get beyond them tomorrow. And then it moves into sort of the ecology. So Mr. Forrest is going to be calling those that touch water, groundwater, surface water, and the aquatic ecology. And then I'll be coming back with terrestrial ecology. And then we've got bushfire witness. So keeping it on track, that's the purpose of just setting out that for you. Before I go to those central themes, which are paragraph 13, and again, using just the headings, I'll tell you why we've set out some other points here. The terms of reference and scope of inquiry, I think it's probably already clear to the committee, and it's no doubt probably coming through in what we've said so far. We are distinguishing very much the matters to be assessed under the EES, and if you like, the works required to install infrastructure to create an opportunity for watering against what is in place, which is a major watering regime, Commonwealth and state, which is, of course, a backdrop to and an overlayer of the EES, but not the subject of review in the EES. And I would have taken you to some of the wording of the informing documents and even the scoping requirements and the terms of reference, also on the basis of just that question that I've now raised a few times about how we see the role of this committee as very much having to deal with that conventional language around impacts in the context of an environment effects assessment that's premised very much on ecological benefit. But I think that's a theme we'll continue to work through, and you'll see me come back to in a moment on the themes. But I won't, for the purpose of today, take you to your terms of reference or the scoping requirements. Under the heading of the recent flood, we really just summarised 4 points. I think these have come out through the materials that you've already had presented to you. But we did think that in opening it was worth underscoring the relevance of the flood for this assessment, because on one view it's an extraordinary irony that you can't get to the land and it's under flood. But of course, the one more looks at the flood, it's just a further bit of information. It doesn't really have particular bearing on the policy premises or the future of these projects. It's just an event along the way. But having said that, given that it's now, it does give us some information. And so we've got the 4 points we've made. The first is that it's a natural event. And I think you put in simple terms, first, it's a natural event that is consistent with the heartbeat graph you've seen, that it's been a long time since a big heartbeat. And so in that sense, it ratifies the frequency gaps. It's given us the next one, but equally it's shown how long it's been since the last one. So in that sense, it's very consistent with an expectation that you'll get these major or larger flooding events, but also just an example of how isolated that is within a matter of decades. So that's the first thing, that it doesn't in any way change the predictions or the forecasts or the experience that sits within the EES. The second is that the extent, as we saw yesterday through the evidence, by nature supports the identification of the floodplain or inundation areas that were used in the mapping to identify the maximum inundation areas. We know they're greater. We know they're greater in extent, but also we know that to the extent they overlap, they affirm the topography, as it were, of the floodplain areas that are for the maximum extent of what could be the subject of the managed inundation. So there's a good overlap between the two, good correlation. I wasn't completely across the discussion yesterday about particularly at Balsar, some of those areas that were either appeared not to be blue because they were canopy. I think that became clear. But then there might have been a discussion about some of those blue areas that I think actually are outside the maximum inundation area. So I'll perhaps through the subsequent witnesses, we might go back to that correlation, if you like. But it did seem to me that we have to be conscious of the floods are much greater than the maximum inundation area. But so far as its areas within, of course, with areas of relief on topography and as the relief map shows, and areas that will stay proud of the waterline or the flood line, it does seem to us there's a very effective correlation between the two. The third is that the point that you've also heard through the presentations that you can get a natural flood like this, and in some respects it's an ideal, but in other respects it shows that that's where the social and economic implications of overspill flooding emerge. So by distinction, in the balance that is afforded by inserting infrastructure to manage and direct inundation events, one is also able to avoid potentially detrimental impacts for townships and for other the social circumstances that can flow from damage or harm within townships. So what we've seen through a natural event, of course, comes with enormous social cost and economic cost associated with protection of property and the like. And the fourth is, though, an important one, coming back to the baseline monitoring. We have a situation on the ground, as you've heard through Mr. Kellerman, where this project, unlike many other proposals, is really an adjunct to waterway management that is already, for a host of reasons, the subject of an enormous amount of investigation, inquiry, reporting, monitoring, surveying, and it's a rolling experience where the baseline, therefore, is effectively in place, and where events like this just bring a new updated reference point or set of data to be built on immediately for the next layer of monitoring and the next identification of targeting flows or species or impacts. So in that, it's really a fast forward, if you like. If the flood had taken longer, it brings an immediate data point for us to investigate and monitor and move very quickly to hopefully build upon. And that point Mr. Kellerman made, it's to the extent it might be thought that a flood means we're off the hook for environmental watering. That's not the case. It's really, if anything, brings forward the need to take the opportunity to build on and to follow up with targeted inundation where that's going to confer further benefit for the environment. So we just wanted to contextualise the implications of the flood. Of course, the most difficult implication of it for the hearing is we can't take you to the sites in the way physically we would have liked to, but hopefully by accident or otherwise, it serves as providing another way of discerning information for the EES that could in fact be quite valuable, albeit that physically we're not on the land. With the traditional owners, I think we've covered that. What I wanted to add to it that we will take further in the discrete written presentation we've heard from others is that at the objective end of this, which is a delicate comment to make because the notion of being objective about values which are inherently family or personally held and might be perfectly properly subjective considerations is something I have to be careful saying. But what I mean by saying at an objective level, for the purposes of this EES, the basic premise is to try to enhance availability of water and wetting of land that has been deprived because of interventions over the years. And at that level, as we understand it, there's not really, one would expect that there is a very close alignment. There's management differences where there might be artefacts or areas for care, but the principle, by and large, as we expect, is it's hard to expect is really that land ought not be inundated or not promote health and vitality of the ecological systems there that are so important culturally and for the environment. Where it gets more difficult is potentially where, well, that requires a physical intervention. You need to do particular works for that to happen. And in the more diverse opinions one would expect, one could expect there might be some resistance to any interventions. And indeed, at another extreme, there might be a preference for a philosophy centred around restoring 200 years ago, going back in time, a totally natural environs. And for the VMFRP and for these projects, it's just necessary for the projects to have somewhere within that the pragmatism of, well, if the water is to be delivered in practice, it's going to need cooperation and works, and it'll be a managed arrangement. It's unlikely to be a restoration or a reversal in time, as it were. And that is, it doesn't invalidate anything anyone will have to say, because they're all valid accounts and valid points of view. All we can do is say that for the purposes of the policy and the EES here, the approach really that emerges from it is that hopefully there's a widespread agreement around the desirability of health and vitality of the systems. That means there'll need to be introductions into the landscape, whether they be culverts or regulators and the like. But it also, and most tellingly, means that the existing dialogue between various government agencies, and very much including the Mallee CMA on the very much the front line, is a continuum, and it is hopefully going to be clear to you that that's already thoroughly understood, but that it is very much also made out in the obligations that will attach to these particular projects, bearing in mind there are many other projects that aren't within these particular approvals. But it really is an engagement over time. But reading between the lines what Mr. Kellerman just said, it sounds, I'd like to think that it sounds like the journey's underway and is progressing in a very positive way. And let's be able to submit to you, hopefully, in our submission to you, that that's very much the intention of this and moving forward, albeit that the conclusion won't be that every person with an interest is absolutely agreeable that there be managed, inundation of the land. I don't think we'll get there, but I think we'll get to a point that says that from a statutory point of view, there are very good measures in place to facilitate that. So we'll come back to that in a document, and I'll make good on what I said earlier about getting further on some of Member Ham's questions and your own Member Kendall on that as well. Project benefits, I think I've said enough about that, why we've left that to this last point in the Part B. And I think the 19C, the point where we say a discerning approach, is really the bit where we are looking forward to, I think, discussing with the committee the how to approach project benefits for this sort of project, as opposed to those conventional ESs we've all been involved in different types of projects, and how we use the assumptions around impact in a way, in a qualified way for this project. But I think I've said enough about that. I want to touch on the elicitation process just for today. I haven't got full instructions for you, Member Kendall, based on the questions yesterday, but so I can do it in opening, I thought I'd just give you a high-level response around some aspects of that. I think it's important for the proponent to have a little distance from that process. It's not a process that was called up, as it were, by the scoping requirements or the preparation of the EES. It seems to have been a suggestion that emerged along the way based on a certain line of inquiry, I think, out of DELP. It's not something that we promoted or put forward, or I think it's fair to say thoroughly understood. The approach that was then taken was that what this expert process would be was really convened through the ARI, but with assistance facilitation-wise by ARIP on behalf of VMFRP, but where others were consulted about who might sit on this expert panel. But in circumstances where really the workings of that group were, as we understand it, a kind of a workshop or expert discussion, we don't find that it particularly appears to attach to primary data or information as recorded in the EES itself. So you get a sort of a group opinion within a report that is not entirely transparent for you or for us, or the subject of questioning or testing in any way. But nonetheless, it gets to a conclusion and there is a report. Now, we've prepared a technical note response to that, which I won't go to now, which takes that report in good faith, but we'll be submitting to you is possibly another document or resource that can be used for future reference in the site-specific planning and monitoring and decisions that are being made around particular inundation events. But we would, I think I'd have to say, stand back from being able to hold it up in a way that I could say to the committee that it attracts great weight, because it's not a document that's been through sort of an exhibition process or comment or tested by anybody, including us. But it's a document, it's there, it's something we're having regard to, and we'll come back to in our submissions and see how it might result in any questions through the process. But I think it would only be, as a matter of process, correct for me to say that it has there are limitations on its value, I think, for what the committee can do with it. And your question about an anonymous person, I mean, frankly, that seems a pretty unsatisfactory way to have a report that's meant to be used. To the extent we can ascertain who that person was, or they may reveal that themselves, it unfortunately just begs other questions about, well, what does that mean for what that process was? Where's the transparency around that? How do we know what the views that were differing? And I think the safest thing for the committee to do at the end is to say, it is what it is. It's a report. It was done. It was an exercise we certainly cooperated with. But it can't in any way, it seems to me, get elevated to some kind of weight or importance for the committee that an exhibited document might, or a document that's subject of submissions and tested, or otherwise, the subject questioning is. So I don't mean to criticise it, don't get me wrong. I just mean to put in its rightful place as another line of evidence, another document. But the best we can ascertain from it, without it being really linked to primary data and analysis, or it seems to be a group presenting from their experience opinion that we think is valuable, but probably valuable as another line of advice for future decision making, and as a potential as a resource when it comes to considering EVCs. I think that's the best I can do at opening. We'll see if that goes any further in the hearing. I'm happy to come back to you. And I don't want to. We're not responsible for the process itself. We weren't the chair of the group or something like that. I think we had an observer, VMFRP, on occasion at it, but I think all I can do is assist the committee with giving it the weight that I think in practice it probably ought get from a matter of public process, as a matter of how much was it a document, unlike matters before you where you get a witness and they get tested and they have to produce this and it's all very public, which of course gets in our submission attracts much greater weight than something that was done in that kind of process. But now that leaves me with leaving Mr. Forrester a little time, but I might invite you if you want a little tea break before he does that. I'll now just show you our central themes. This is paragraph 13, page 5. And really, while we might find over the next few days we qualify them, what we've tried to do here is start at the end. And I touched on these yesterday, but I would like just to show them to you because they're considered carefully in our submission as ways of hopefully getting to the ultimate position. We've got work to do to get there. But the first central theme that you'll find when we come at closing really goes to this question of this default assumption, we call it, that given the historical analysis the water policy context and the broader strategic context, the default assumption must be that the opportunity, and that's an important word, the opportunity for environmental watering of the Hatter and Balsa Yungara floodplains is beneficial to the environment. And then we say, at the very least, an acceptable outcome supported by policy. So in conventional ES assessments, committees are asked, is that an acceptable outcome? Unusually, in this case, you're being asked, is watering a floodplain an acceptable outcome? And at that broadest level, we'd say it's quite open to the committee to say, as a default assumption, with all this policy and with all the reason we're here in the first place and all the monies the government has already spent to get us to this position, that at the very least, we're talking about acceptable outcomes at that level. You know, the default assumption is this is a project that's designed to achieve benefits to the environment, and it doesn't come in the same way as a project that is being asked to, at a cost to the environment, deliver some other benefit for the community, transport or resources or something like that. So we'll say that there's a very strong starting point here that in some respects, and without wanting to belittle the importance of the subsequent themes, in some respects has this project well ahead of the line, as it were, on the benefits because of the policy benefits that are sought to be achieved and the amount of policy that suggests this should happen. The reason we focus on opportunity is because all we are really seeking approval for here is the addition into the environment of infrastructure items that will enable the movement of water or the passage of water to further extremes and higher up the floodplain. But the important thing about it that we say is, it does emerge in your assessment through the next themes, is that what hopefully has already been demonstrated is that opportunity here comes with a number of infrastructure items, but in the context of each of them are actually quite minor works. Even the so-called large regulators, when you look at it, are in the scheme of things modest pieces of infrastructure, but by and large the rest we're talking culverts and pumps and hard stands. And against that, you've got the ability to send water over massive areas. And that's where the feasibility question comes in. And that's that slide we took the environmental water holder back to, that when looking at the suitability of this floodplain for having water allocated to it, and looking at these relatively simple works that enable highly valued floodplain of a massive scale to be inundated, that opportunity meets feasibility. And so that first theme is really all about that. The second comes back to operations and is again concerned with notions of risk and benefit, but emphasises that provided the watering program is operated to resemble natural circumstances, it must follow that both the risks and benefits are consistent with natural circumstances, and hence they must be acceptable. If it's natural, it must be acceptable. Now, some of the presenters today have done better than that. I think one of the slides said mimic some natural flows. That's another way of saying resemble natural circumstances. But also what Mr. Kellerman was able to explain for Dr. Brisger in a question, well, around the infrastructure itself, it doesn't look like nature because it's a pump or a diffusion sprinkler or whatever it may be. But apart from that, it's identical once it flows to a natural flow. We say the management circumstances must make good on that over years, because you don't want to create undesirable outcomes or get mistakes. But provided what you're getting is like nature, we'd stop short of saying, therefore, you look at that flood helped one species and wasn't great for the other species, because you have to take a long-term view and treat it as an ecosystem, not as a species by species set of outcomes, just as nature doesn't. Secondly, on that, of course, what we know from nature is it doesn't know property boundaries. And so there is a difference here in terms of acceptable outcomes that we can manage this watering different from nature, in the sense you can direct it more or regulate it more than nature might. But having said that, we say they're very consistent outcomes. The third is that the proposed works are thoroughly assessed. And so the third focuses on those individual items of infrastructure. From the submissions, we're not discerning yet that there are, at that project specific level, sort of criticisms of individual insertions, as it were. We can wait and see in replying, but there's no doubt the EES is very detailed in our submission. And as you would have gathered from the submissions yesterday, in describing the extent to which those interventions would occur. They're done on a worst case basis, even for construction footprints. One would hope that in design detail, there's always a chance to do even better than shown there. But en masse, we'd also ask at this stage that the committee appreciates that when you look at the landscape scale of the project areas we're talking about, the actual works themselves proposed here are a very mere fraction of the area. They are very concentrated, localised, minor areas. They can be described in larger terms because you're dealing with a big landscape, but by comparison to the project area and the area they serve, these are very, very minor in our submission works. And the fourth, it goes to the same point, but is going to the implementation phase. And we hope by the end of it to be able to say that the EES has really, from a risk assessment point of view, from a specialist assessment point of view, through identifying potential significant environmental risks, has been very rigorous. It's informed by a lot of experience, but also by an enormous amount of research. You'll hear experts on that, but we come back to the conclusion that we say that the committee will be able to be satisfied that there's been a proper identification of the risks, because really the response to that is in the design, construction and operation. And we're hoping that we haven't missed some potential significant environmental risk, and we certainly don't expect so. And the final one, which leads to Mr. Forrester's job, is really just the point that ultimately for this committee, we see the role as being very much about making sure that the incorporated document and the delivery standards deliver on and require what we say the EES and the conclusions of it require us to do and to have done. And we have done a fair bit of work on the day one version, and Mr. Forrester is going to take you to that. I'll just touch there on saying, Member Kendall, at the moment, as we understand it, there actually aren't any changes to the EMF except for one uniform change that will need to be made because of the governance changes. And what we're going to suggest on that is that it might be that the committee, depending on your recommendations, might say that by the time DELP approves the EMF, there'll have to have been a review to bring the documents up to match the new governance regime, rather than us do it through the hearing. But there may be others by the end of the hearing, and we'll certainly address you on the EMF in that regard. But what I'm going to do, if it's all right with you, Member Kendall, is pause for the purpose of our introduction there and let Mr. Forrester take it out, as it were, which is taking you to some key points in those day one documents.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Townsend. And as you suggested earlier, we might just have a really quick break before we do come back for the balance of that submission. So I suggest 10 minutes. So coming back at 3:50, we'll make it 3:55. We'll see everybody then. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Townsend. I'll just check that we've got everybody back. Yes, I think we're good to go. So I'll hand directly to you, Mr. Townsend. Oh, and Mr. Forrester, I think you might be presenting to us now. So welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'd like to start, before I turn to the project documentation that I've been introduced to get to, with the question of the clarification in respect of the Part A submission that we referred to earlier on in the context of Ms Ashworth's better and more complete numbers in respect of the allocations held by the view. And to do that, I'm just going to share on my screen the Part A submission and the relevant part at which the committee might make an appropriate note. I've got page 76 of the Part A submission open now, and the committee will have noted that a little earlier on there's discussion of various allocations, which are some but not all of those held by the view and the TEW. And thanks to Ms Ashworth's figures, we can identify that here at paragraph 164, instead of the figure of approximately 1,920 gigalitres a year of water allocations, we should be identifying that some 2,877 gigalitres a year of water allocations are held. That's 2,877. But it was helpful to hear from Ms Ashworth that the most appropriate or most helpful number to look at is the long-term annual average water availability figure. And that figure is 2,147 gigalitres a year. And those are the numbers taken straight from Ms Ashworth's presentation. So we'd invite the committee to effectively correct that at paragraph 164, and that'll assist in understanding the relationship between the modelled approximate 73 gigalitres a year of water that would be required on average across all 9 VMFRP projects in the context of all of the environmental water that's available for use in those projects.
Thank you, Mr. Forrester. Can I just clarify that both the numbers, whilst paragraph 164, sorry, just had it tucked behind something, has got the one figure, that you're now differentiating between the two as explained earlier. So the second figure that you just gave was the allocation figure, the annual.
The first figure I gave was the allocation figure, that's the 2,877, and that would replace this 1,920.
Yes.
The second figure was Ms Ashworth's long-term annual average available water. Yes, and that's the 2,147.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. While I've got the screen shared, and I'll move over to the question of the project documentation. I'll speak to 3 documents before we close tonight, and that is first the incorporated document, which is now on your screen. The day one version of this document is table document 94. And then I'll move to chapter 18 of the EES, which is the environmental management framework, and give a brief overview of that as a lead-in to a discussion of table document 95, which are the day one environmental delivery standards. So as the EES sets out and our Part A submission set out, these 2 documents really comprise the key documents in respect of the management of the projects themselves. In respect first of the proposed draft planning scheme amendment in respect of the incorporated document, and then by virtue of its provisions, the environmental management framework, or EMF. The incorporated document, if I scroll down to page 2, will have the effect of being the planning approval in respect of the projects, because it will apply to exempt various activities associated with the projects on the land within the construction footprints and the maximum inundation area from the need for planning permission or otherwise from the requirements of the relevant planning schemes. That's described in the Part A submission at page 107. And I'll just quickly tick through the clauses of the document in the light of the changes that have been made as arising, as Mr. Townsend indicated, from the legal review of the document following exhibition, to ensure that it's appropriate in its effect and it's lawful and effective in how it applies, given the nature of the specific controls overlay that would be applied to the land to give effect to it. The committee will note that at clauses 2 and 3, there are some changes made which perhaps fall into the category of changes for improvements to drafting, in the sense that they simply clarify those clauses as identifying the purpose of the document and the land to which the document applies in simpler and clearer terms. And then at clauses 4.1 and following, the exemption from the planning scheme requirements is provided. And the exemption provided at clause 4.1 is in relation to the use and development of the project land for the purposes of, or related to, constructing, maintaining or operating the projects. That language is then taken forward into clauses 4.2 and others in the document that I'll refer to as we go. But the first set of changes of substance or of note are at clause 4.2 in respect of the drafting of the relevant parts of the identification of what constitutes the projects. At subparagraph A, there's the inclusion of mitigation measures and works, which are precisely as Mr. Kellerman was identifying in the course of his presentation, those matters or activities that might need to be undertaken in the course of or in respect of particular watering events. Changes are otherwise made again to deal with construction, alteration and maintenance in the terms of the identification of the purpose. And otherwise at paragraphs E and G, some relatively minor changes to consolidate and appropriately deal with the activities, rather than using the word ancillary, which can be problematic in the context of a document like this, merely by identifying those matters which will be buildings, works or associated infrastructure or activities for the projects. 4.3 and following of the document then provide the conditions, which are really the operative, or the main operative parts with which the committee is likely to be concerned in the course of the next instalments of this hearing. I'll note that clause 4.4 requires the preparation of development plans and their approval by the minister. And they will be, in essence, plans which identify what is proposed to happen within the construction footprint and how. Changes are made to provide for those development plans to be amended in terms that include details of proposed changes to infrastructure and construction footprints, and to specify that those mitigation measures that I referred to in the context of clause 4.2a don't need to be shown in development plans, such that development plans aren't intended to be updated for every watering event or every time that some mitigation measure must be put in place in accordance with the EES or otherwise. I'll just note that while it appears this requirement in clause 4.3.5, that development of the projects must be carried out in accordance with the plans, has been removed. In fact, that requirement has been taken up into clause 4.3.1, which provides a global requirement for the implementation of plans and documents approved pursuant to the incorporated document. You'll see that at a couple of places throughout. I'll note, without noting any material changes here, that clause 4.5 then requires the preparation of an environmental management framework, generally consistent with the EMF now presented or relevant to the Minister's assessment of this EES. And that's in terms both of the fact that of the requirement to explain any difference between this one or the one recommended by the Minister and the one submitted for approval, but also because the requirements of clauses 4.5.2 and following are addressed in the EMF, which is exhibited as Chapter 18. So I'll come back to that and the detail of that document in due course. The other requirements of 4.5 include the Construction Environmental Management Plan, or CEMP, which again I'll address in the context of the EMF, as well as the Operational Environmental Management Plan, or OEMP, both of which must be prepared in accordance with relevant requirements and in consultation with agencies, and approval according with the EMF. Now here, perhaps is the first place to note that machinery of government change that results in a change to naming that will have to be made, and you've heard Mr Townsend in that respect, but for example, that will apply in the context of the Secretary to DELP, which will now be changed in name but not in identity. Clause 4.6, the committee may have noted along the way, deals with native vegetation and requires that before removal, destruction or lopping, information must be provided and either offsets must be provided, or the Secretary must agree that it has been demonstrated that the removal of native vegetation is necessary to enable the use and development of the projects, provides for an overall improvement for biodiversity. Relatedly, clause 4.7 deals with monitoring and evaluation of that question of biodiversity improvement, and is required to feed into adaptive management principles. There are then clauses dealing with heritage management, road access, floodplain management, which bring in relevant agencies and requirements. And the committee may have noted at clause 4.11 in respect of bushfire protection measures, perhaps the most changes or the most substantive changes in respect of the exhibited version, which have been made to ensure that what was in effect a series of conditions from various sources that didn't quite work well together have been improved such that what's required is consistent with the balance of the document, but importantly, what's required will relate to the manner in which the projects may be implemented and the manner in which the relevant fire agencies and authorities are structured. So there's a minor change in respect of the language of 4.11.1, but more colour as we tick down towards what was 4.10.2 and following. I'll note that first, there's a relationship here between 4.11.1I in respect of total fire ban days and what was 4.10.2. And then a requirement at 4.10.3, which provided for notice 3 months before an inundation event to a fire authority, has been effectively converted to a requirement back at 4.5.8, which provides that the OEMP must include guidelines for appropriate notification of inundation events to the public and relevant agencies, including relevant fire authorities. Now, that change is justified on two bases. First, it should be more than just fire authorities that receive the notification. Second, a requirement for 3 months notification of an inundation event as relevant to the project area is simply not practicable in every case, because as the committee's heard in respect of the environmental watering framework, it may well be less time in advance of an event than that one is decided or one will naturally occur. Changes are then made in respect of the road requirements of these bushfire protection measures conditions. What's proposed by way of the day one changes is that rather than the collection of standards and so on referred to in the exhibited conditions, there's a requirement for a fire access road plan to be prepared and to identify a number of important matters, including to provide for how operational fire access roads and strategic fire access roads are designed and to be delivered, which must accord with the relevant standards, except with the approval of the Secretary, to provide for appropriate flexibility in terms of delivery around the constraints such as environmental or cultural heritage constraints that you've heard of, and also so you don't end up in a situation where a small part of a track which is used for one purpose will be upgraded and left stranded in between, for example, two other sections of track which are not up to the same standard and are not able to carry the same standard vehicle. We'll come back to that in due course in the course of bushfire evidence. Finally, now there are some other changes in respect of the road clause, and there is a minor change, a relatively minor change, to bring the clause 4.11.3 language into accordance with the code of practice to which it refers, which relates to mitigation of risk rather than negation. And finally, at 4.12.1 and 2, there are some minor changes simply to fix cross references and to ensure that the clauses are not internally contradictory. From there, then, I'd propose to move to the EMF. I'll give a brief overview of the structure of this document before turning to the EDSs, because while the concept of the EMF is typically required by the minister's requirements or the scoping requirements in respect of EESs, and while EMFs of this structure and nature are typical and perhaps experienced in the context of large public works, this is an EMF which exists for the purpose of the nature of the projects as ones with ecological purposes, such that there's a meaningful difference between the outcomes it anticipates, which focus not only on avoidance and minimisation of effects to within acceptable parameters, but on the maximisation of benefits and achievement of benefits in accordance with the project objectives. The second way in which this EMF differs from others is that it is also one which relates to projects which themselves relate to and which are intended to fit into the robust existing frameworks in respect of environmental watering, which you've heard about, and in respect of land management within the parks and reserves relevant to these projects. And I'll just turn to the contents page here to identify the general structure of the document. It identifies the scoping requirements which are responded to and provides cross-references in that respect. Talks about the incorporated document at section 18.3, identifies the relevant governance framework at 18.4, details statutory approvals and consents at 18.5, and then addresses the risk assessment and assessment of effects at 18.6. In this respect, without turning to it, I'll note that section identifies that this EES does contain an environmental risk report, and that the project risk register will be required to be maintained as part of the CEMP through construction. And otherwise, of course, risk assessment has informed the development of the EDSs through the specialist assessments and otherwise. Now, section 18.7 is titled Environmental Management Documentation. And I'll turn to that. It starts at page 18.14. There's a helpful table that identifies, table 18.4, that identifies the various documentation at a high level, which will be relevant to the ongoing environmental management of the projects. The strategic framework at the highest level containing this EMF and the EDS as it contains. And then those documents associated with operations, which are listed in the right-hand column here, and then the documents associated with construction, being really the CEMP and the subplans and plans required by the EDSs. I'll turn quickly to construction before coming back to operation. The relevant section of the EMF, 18.9, deals with this fully, and I won't talk to it fully, but want to note that the construction environmental management framework will itself involve the implementation of the EDSs and plans, strategies and subplans they require, both through the CEMP that I've identified, but also through the other documents and plans identified in this table 18.10, including importantly the cultural heritage management plans in respect of each project, the development plans, which are those same plans required by the incorporated document, and the communications and stakeholder engagement plan for construction prepared by LMW and prepared in consultation with the relevant local councils and Parks Victoria. The requirements of the CEMP are set out at this section 18.9.2.2. They're extensive, they're consistent in large part with the requirements in respect of CEMPs produced in respect of other projects, save to the extent that they are, of course, specifically born out of the assessments conducted for the purposes of these assessments. And that's visible in terms of the requirements. I wanted to note, to note the requirements for, just bear with me, the requirements for monitoring and inspection requirements to be established by the CEMP, and then to be reported on, as I move down to 18.9.3, to be reported on in 3 monthly construction environmental performance reports during the course of construction. During that period, there will be the appointment of an independent environmental auditor who will similarly conduct audits of compliance and environmental standards prior to and then regularly through the construction phase and at its completion. I'll turn back then to the question of operations. The reason to come back to this is because when the committee reads through the EMF, it will have noticed the operation aspects of it do very much deal with this integration with the existing framework. And that's visible looking at section 18.8 as one sees the roles and responsibilities identified for operation as largely or in significant part relating to existing obligations in respect of the environmental watering framework and land management and waterway management. It's visible as I scroll down through those responsibilities to 18.8.2 in the EMF's identification of the environmental watering process and its description of the relationship between this document and the projects and that process. And then as I move down to page 18.26, in its recognition of and enshrinement of adaptive management as a key principle for the implementation of the projects through the course of their operation. Now, I identified the overview table in respect to documentation. As table 18.8 comes up on your screen, the committee will note that in large part, leave aside the environmental management framework we're talking about and the OEMP, a clear relationship can be seen between these documents here identified, environmental water management plans, seasonal watering proposals, delivery plans, operation plans, and those which are already produced and which agencies and authorities, and particularly the CMA, are obliged to produce in accordance with the existing environmental watering framework. So the approach of the EMF is to refine the inputs into or to define how those documents might be prepared having regard to particular matters relevant to the projects, rather than to create a framework for the projects themselves. It creates a way in which the projects will fit into the existing framework. The committee will have the chance to tick through the remainder of these sections in respect of, for example, the OEMP, an important tool regarding adaptive management, and then the balance of other plans in this section 18.8.3. The one thing I'll note as I do move through them is in respect of all of those plans I've just called out as being ones relevant to the existing framework, I think all of which are the responsibility of the CMA to prepare. The committee ought note as it moves through this EMF that in addition to all of those requirements in respect of environmental watering and the operation of the projects which these sections otherwise establish, in every case, the development of the relevant plans, proposals, and documents will be required to be conducted or prepared in consultation with a large number of authorities. So you see the reflection of the coordination in respect of management, land management and watering management, in the sense that there's always consultation with the VIEW and MDBA and Parks Victoria and the DELP Fire, Forest and Regions Group. But, and Parks Victoria, I should note. But always there is a requirement for consultation with traditional owners and interested parties. And always there is a requirement for consultation with private landowners, managers, and with the broader community. There are then requirements in respect of the monitoring of the operational phases of the project. They're set out at section 18.8.4, which I should find, I think, at page 18.83. There's been reference to date in the hearing to the existing ecological MER plan, monitoring, evaluation and reporting plan. And that's identified in our Part A submission as a plan which was prepared prior to the exhibition of the EES and which is informing monitoring which is already being carried out at this point by the Arthur Ryler Institute, for example. And the way that the EMF works with that and around that is that it identifies both the ecological MER plan and the socio-economic monitoring, evaluation and reporting plan as being the repository of definition of the methodology for monitoring of key indicators and outcomes as relevant to the operation of the projects. Monitoring items then, which have been identified as important ones by virtue of the specialist assessments that were finalised after the preparation of the existing ecological MER plan, are identified in table 18.13 of the EMF. Table 18.13, which I'll take the committee to. Table 18.13, the committee will see as I tick back through it, contains monitoring requirements in respect of a broad range of disciplines, as well as auditing requirements in respect of a broad range of disciplines, and is intended to be a table of matters which will be brought into the scope of the MER plan by the amendment of that plan once the Minister has or once this committee has made its recommendations to the Minister and the Minister has considered the projects and reached a decision as to what ought to be monitored and what not. So what's included in this table or the monitoring register is not reflected in the MER plan today in precise terms, but rather is intended to form the basis for what will be or additional requirements for the MER plan in due course and before the implementation of the projects. The other important aspect of the monitoring provisions of the EMF are that the review of monitoring and the evaluation of data produced through monitoring is mandated to be an input into the adaptive management process. And then there is a requirement earlier on in the EMF, back at page 18.42, there's a requirement that there be compliance reporting through the operational environmental performance reports, which I think will be published in accordance with 18.8.4.4 of the EMF. So that provides for effectively appropriate publication of the outcomes of monitoring and reporting. Now, there are amongst the requirements that I've just been through, or amongst the sections that I've just been through and elsewhere in the EMF, a range of other responsibilities identified and a range of other requirements identified in respect of the preparation of documents and plans, the process for their amendment, the process for their review and approval. And I, of course, can't take you to them all now, but all of them form an important aspect of the intended environmental framework for the projects. That said, as I've identified and as the documents otherwise identify, the chief requirements in respect of the environmental delivery standards for the projects are set out in the table of EDSs, table 18.12, which appears at page 18.58 of the EMF. And I've just moved over on my screen to table document 95, which is the proponent's day one version of that document. As with the EMF, it's of course not an unfamiliar looking document in the context of processes like this, but again, like the EMF, this is a bit different in the sense that these EDSs are designed not only to ensure acceptable outcomes, but to achieve benefits, to achieve the maximisation of beneficial outcomes as against the objectives of the VMFRP. That's why they're titled environmental delivery standards rather than mitigation measures or environmental performance requirements. And that's why there are EDSs of a nature of focus on benefit and focus on those positive outcomes being maximised. We can see it on the current screen. I'll zoom in before I talk to it, but this is EDS ACH2. There's the requirement to integrate Aboriginal knowledge, values and aspirations into the planning, delivery and evaluation of the projects, and a requirement to create opportunities for enhancing and sharing cultural connection to country. It's why we see, if I go to PDF page 9 of table document 95, it's why we see EDSs E4A and E4B, which in respect of each of the projects require their operation to better align the frequency, duration and timing of managed inundation events with the ecological needs of the floodplain, and including to improve ecosystem function, threatened species habitat and native vegetation, which the committee will recognise as one of the VMFRP project objectives. And it's also why the EDSs have their focus in many instances on the implementation of adaptive management. So you'll see on the screen currently the operation of the projects being required to be undertaken in accordance with those principles of adaptive management. It's also found, if I move back to page 1, in, for example, the Operation Performance Management EDS, EMF4, which provides for the implementation of processes ensuring outcomes of monitoring, evaluation and reporting inform adaptive management, and elsewhere in respect, for example, of geology and soils in EDS GS3, surface water in EDS SW3, and so on. Otherwise, the EDSs are developed and presented across the range of matters relevant to the scoping requirements and the evaluation objectives, and they are developed in accordance with and to implement the findings of the specialist assessments which are exhibited with the EES. Now, helpfully, the day one versions which are before us in table document 95 also have the contribution of the EPA, which in its submission made a number of specific drafting recommendations in respect of the matters within its ambit, and that'll mean matters relevant to risks of harm to human health and the environment arising from pollution and waste, so soils, waters, noise, air quality, those sorts of things. EPA made a number of recommendations and they have been adopted in full and in the wording recommended by the EPA. So we can understand from its submission that it's satisfied with those EDSs it has, which are within the ambit of its considerations. The other matters that I'll identify, so one of those EPA changes is on the screen there in EMF2, and I won't talk to every one of them, safe to identify them. And I'm noting the time, helpfully in the day one changes, there aren't too many. I think I can move through them quite quickly because the first that I'll take you to are a couple of changes recommended by the proponent's expert, Ms. Jelly, in respect of terrestrial ecology and particularly flora, was identified in EDSs E2D and E2E that there could be improvements to drafting in respect of biosecurity, particularly in respect of vehicles entering the construction footprint, and then a requirement in respect of rehabilitation after construction to include weed monitoring and management. And so those changes have been implemented precisely in accordance with Ms Jelly's recommendations. The other changes that I'll identify are ones made again on the legal review conducted following exhibition just before this hearing. At EDS LU2, a requirement to establish private landowner agreements has been clarified to only apply where operation will involve inundation of private land or operation of infrastructure located on private land, such that it's not necessary to hold up, for example, the filling of one water management area, water management area 1, where water management area 4 will remain dry, but no landowner agreement is held. The second change on the legal review is at page 13. Well, there's 2 changes, pardon me, on this page. To make minor corrections, the EDS SB3, which relates to the conduct of or continued conduct of communication and stakeholder engagement activities by CMAs, is intended to apply to operation, and so a reference to construction has been corrected. And then EDS SW1 in respect of surface water management, there's been a correction again to refer to waterways, which is the language of the Water Act and of the definition in the EDS itself, rather than watercourse. Now, as I've identified, the EPA's changes relate to those matters that it's concerned with. It made specific changes in respect of dust at EDS AQ1, in respect of contaminated land duties at EDS CM1A. It has no changes in respect of the balance of soils requirements, including characterisation, acid sulphate soils, and so on. And it made or suggested changes in respect of noise at EDS NV1, which deal with out of hours noise. And then it made recommended changes in respect of community and stakeholder engagement in respect of particular adverse effects, such as blackwater events, to ensure that expectations are set. The balance of changes, the balance of EDSs relevant to the EPA have no changes recommended, and at present those are the changes proposed by the proponent to implement recommendations of its expert witnesses. I'll stop sharing that screen. The Part B submission identifies that in accordance with the committee's directions, we will prepare further versions of these documents as appropriate, and our intention is to prepare at least one more version of these documents to give effect to any further recommendations that might arise or outcomes of further evidence and submissions. We'll file a revised version as soon as practicable, but in any event, in accordance with the committee's directions, we'll ensure there is a final version which represents Lower Murray Water's final position in respect of the project by the conclusion of the hearing. That's all I will address you on now. It's just after 4:30, so I'd suggest I'll bring it to a close there in respect of what I'll say. We will, of course, address requirements of those documents through the course of evidence as relevant to relevant disciplines and subject matters, and they will, of course, be relevant to a great deal of what we say by way of submission in respect of the implementation and management of the projects going forward. I'm in your hands, Madam Chair, as to
thank you, Mr. Farrar. That's very thorough and appreciated by the committee. We will have questions, but we'll hold our questions given the time of day and to present them to the proponent in a coordinated fashion as well. Obviously, some of the questions we have will relate to content as well as thematic content that's probably better for us to group up that may then translate through to questions on the actual documents. I just have a few things to run through in closing the hearing today then, so I will move straight into that unless there's anything else that needs to be mentioned from the proponent at this stage.
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, and I will ask generally if there are any procedural questions before we do close for the day. But before I do, I'd just like to mention, and following on from your final comment there, Mr. Forrester, if I could just ask that if the documents, particularly the incorporated plan, is reissued with further changes, if it could include notations where that may be helpful to the committee to understand. There are a few changes that you explained where content, say, had moved around. Not something that's obviously very self-explanatory, but if there's something where there's, it would be of assistance to the committee to just explain the source of the change or the rationale, if I could ask for those notations to be included. The other thing I need to cover this afternoon is the requests for cross-examination that have come through, and I'll just run through those now. And I will ask, I haven't put people's names against it, but I might confirm that during introductions in the morning and make sure, of course, that parties looking to cross-examine are present for the entirety of the evidence to be given. But at this stage, we have, in relation to the groundwater evidence from Greg Hoxley, we've got Environment Victoria asking for approximately 15 minutes, and Friends of VMFRP asking for 15 minutes. And Dr. Simon Treadwell on surface water, we have 3 parties intending to cross-examine. So Environment Victoria for 45 minutes, Friends of VMFRP for 15 minutes, and the submitter under the Fenner School of Environment and Society. So Dr. Koloff and Professor Pittock have requested, or in indication of 30 minutes. So if there's any changes to that, obviously it will evolve because we'll be looking for parties to ensure that there is no doubling up of questions. So those times may change a little bit as we proceed through the cross-examination. If I could just note, and I'll just check if I can see, and I'll confirm this again in the morning as well, but if Dr. Koloff or Professor Pittock are here, just to confirm with you that the committees will require that only one of you be the person asking the questions of cross-examination. So it won't be something that can be passed back and forth between you through that process. So you'll need to coordinate your questions. I don't think I have any other matters that I need to cover off on this afternoon. I will just pause for a moment and see if there are any parties with questions. No. Well, thank you. It's been an eventful day, but very productive. So I look forward to seeing everybody. We'll meet again at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. Thank you.